It's a Wednesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
61 degrees right now. Going to be in the mid-70s, cloudy, but it looks like the rain won't kick in probably until like late tonight.
Oh, all right.
So hopefully drier.
Okay.
Man, we're getting a really good run. Every time my daughter has a tennis match, it doesn't rain. So we got that going for us.
Lucky you.
No, it's great. It's
yeah,
fantastic.
I can hear it in your voice.
Soaking a lot of tennis in.
Yeah.
The last couple. The kids, man, the kids just dominate your life.
That's what I hear.
If you got shut up. Shut up. I got my two daughters. I got you. I got to like lead around by the hand. So the new thing, Kimmy, I'm going to need your help on this because this is all Latin to me.
Okay.
Homecoming is this week at my daughter's school.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my youngest, she's a freshman this year. And you got Spirit Week, so that's been just nothing but stress. You familiar with Spirit Week?
No. So Spirit Week leads up to homecoming?
You got it.
Yep.
Yeah. You got to build the spirit.
Is every day a theme?
Bingo.
Yes.
Okay.
Bingo. Like, for example, yesterday was Pajama Day. And despite the fact that my daughters have 90,000 pair of pajama pants.
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 Pajama pants.
Pantaloons.
Pants de Leon. They needed new pajama pants.
All right.
Also,
Need school-appropriate pajama pants?
no, they just wanted new pajama pants. And my oldest comes home with Tom and Jerry pajama pants. And I
Wait, the
almost
cartoon?
Yeah, I almost went hipster. You don't even know Tom and Jerry.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was before our time, too.
No, that started
Yeah.
like before me.
That's what I'm saying.
I still watched Tom and Jerry on the Cartoon Network when I was a kid.
So did I, but I'm just saying it wasn't really our thing.
Look,
I thought Jerry died in Vietnam.
$5 pajama pants.
Okay.
How are you making $5 pajama pants?
I'd be afraid to wear them.
Yeah.
Depending on what that does like to your skin.
So like today's sports day, so both of my daughters wanted to go through my jersey collection.
Oh,
And you
okay.
know how I take
Yeah.
very about my
And by the
You
way,
can
they're going
look
to be
at
like,
these, but don't even touch those over there.
Exactly.
they're not going to fit the kids.
Well, I have some of them that are like smaller. I have all sizes of jerseys.
Yeah, he doesn't have ones that he wears. He just liked it because it was cool.
You know, I'm right here.
Well, am I wrong?
But that all leads up to like the sporting events over the weekend, and then the big payoff is the homecoming dance on Saturday.
All right.
And I'm learning something in the year 2024.
What's that?
Well, Kimmy, when we were in high school, because we were there around the same age, homecoming dance was just like you went with your friends and like you wore jeans and a T-shirt or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this. I don't really remember homecoming. Like, I remember there was like a homecoming dance, but I don't even remember if people like really went to. Like, it wasn't like a big thing.
It wasn't cool.
Is that what unpopular kids say? I don't remember.
I think it was one of those things that like you went to when you were a freshman, and then like you got too cool for it as you got older. You know?
So I guess it's changed.
Okay,
right.
that's what you were saying.
So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, and I'm trying to wrap my head around
So
this.
it's like an event now.
Homecoming dance has become prom 2.
Why not, right? Let's get more of your money.
Like, and you say, let's get more of your money. Bro.
So is there like a dinner involved
So
and limos and like the old days?
No dinner. I don't know if other kids are doing I don't know if kids even do limos for prom anymore.
Yeah.
But I don't know if limos are cool.
Yeah, you don't see them around much.
Yeah, when's the last time you saw a limo?
I don't even know, like, those limousine services.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know Tommy's fancy because he didn't call him a limo. He called him limousine.
Limousine.
But my daughter had to go out and get like a dress, like a fancy dress. For
It's like a gown
homecoming.
more style.
Yeah.
All right.
That she'll be wearing on Saturday. And like now the question is like some boy asked her to go and she's trying to decide if she wants to go with a date or go with her friends. And like, so last night I'm taking her to hockey practice, just her and I, and all I'm trying to do, because my job as dad, every job as dad, is to get the schedule down for the day. And we're living 24 hours at a time, baby.
All right.
It's like Fast and the Furious, right? I live my life quarter mile at a time. Saturday, my youngest has a tennis match at like noon. My oldest has a hockey game at 2:30.
All right.
The dance is at 7, so we got to get her home.
So your whole day is shot.
Yeah, I mean, bro, that's not what I'm complaining about. That is life now, man.
Right.
It's been beaten into me.
Right.
What I'm getting at is I just need to know what your plan is for homecoming so I could get you to where you got to be and you have enough time to get ready for this thing that is now prom 2.
Okay.
And she's like, I don't know. And
That would drive me nuts.
Bro, I'm trying to be cool because I'm exhausted in the car. I'm driving her. I'm going to try and work while we're at the rink, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, honey, listen. Are you going to take pictures with your friends?
Oh, did the kids all come to your house and do that backyard shot?
I don't know.
Like we're off to the prom?
I just found out 2 weeks ago this wasn't just a jeans and a T-shirt thing, that it was like prom 2. So I'm like, hey, if you go with somebody, are his parents coming to like pick you up? Do we have to bring you somewhere? Do I have to pick you up from a class? I don't know.
So
Well, I
You
guess
just have to stand by and wait.
No,
I
but
mean,
that's
like,
not feasible.
It isn't, but at the same time, think of yourself as a 14-year-old kid.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know what you were doing 2 days from now.
Here's the difference, though. I was aware that if I didn't tell my dad 48 hours in
Yeah,
advance
but
what was
but
happening,
your dad
he
would've-
wasn't coming.
Yeah,
Right.
but you're
He just
but,
blow it up.
That
But
happened.
that's the difference, though. Like you're a better parent. You want to know how your kid is getting places. Whereas, yeah, you're right. Like our parents would have been like, yeah, you could find a ride,
Yeah,
right?
which
Like you wouldn't let your kid do that.
No, but I mean, I don't even know if that's a thing that could happen because my daughter would be like, yeah, I'll find a ride. And then I'll get a call at 11 o'clock
Yeah.
and she's standing on Dewey Avenue, in a gown, like, hey,
Yeah.
I need you to come pick me up. Ah. So I don't know what to do. I don't know how to navigate this. This is all brand new to me. And I don't know, I don't want to push too hard because if you raise teenagers, I'm starting to learn
Yeah.
you got to pick your battles.
Yeah, that's
Right?
what my wife always told me.
Yes. So this is not a battle I want to pick. Okay. There's bigger fish to fry, and I know there's probably something coming down the road because once a week there's some drama that I get wrapped
Okay.
up in. Okay. But for God's sakes, if I don't know what the hell is going on here, also if I find out I have to spend any more money before Saturday, I'm gonna lose my freaking mind.
Well, figure this. You're going to have to spend more money. There's always more money. Money just seems to be the constant. You're going to have to pony up.
I'm gonna say the most old man thing I've ever said.
Oh.
You ready?
Here it comes.
Okay. I hate TikTok so much.
What
Is
TikTok
this why Homecoming's as big as it is?
I can only
It blew up on
assume.
TikTok?
I can only assume the reason why, yes, Homecoming
Yeah.
has become prom 2 is because of TikTok.
Yeah, but don't you remember as a kid, like all those teen shows and teen movies, like Homecoming was always a big thing in those shows?
Yeah,
I mean, it's not like we weren't aware that it was a thing.
We didn't change anything.
Yeah.
It didn't make us do that. I don't even remember. I remember going. I don't
Yeah.
remember being at a big moment. It was just something to do on a Saturday. in
Right. It
September
wasn't
or
like
October.
you went out and got special occasion outfits for it.
And the funniest thing too, my wife and I are very different on this whole what is important
Yeah.
thing, right? Because again, 252 WCMF. My daughter's a freshman in high school. It's homecoming this week. Saturday night is a dance, and it's like prom 2 now. Saturday, my daughter again, no warning. We have been going all day. She goes, oh, I need to get a dress. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I need to get a dress for homecoming next week, and we don't have time this week, so we have to go now. Also, I called my friend and told her I'd meet her at the mall. And I was like, nah.
Yeah.
And my wife was like, no, I'll take her.
All right.
And I was like, why are you doing this? We don't negotiate with terrorists. If you do this, because you know this, if you do this, now the expectation will be, I need to be at the mall at 45 minutes, go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And why can't my wife and daughter fit in the same clothes? Why can't you just go?
She
grab
doesn't want to
something?
wear her mom's clothes.
Why? Did you not wear your? Well, you couldn't wear your dad's suits because you were a baby boy.
Yeah. No, I never wore anybody's
Yeah.
clothes.
I would wear my dad's suits when I was a kid if I
Well,
needed
but I
them.
guess maybe it's different if you're a boy. 'Cause suits don't change. They're you know
That
what
is
I
true.
mean? They've always kind of looked the same.
The last 50 years, the
Yeah.
suit really hasn't really done much.
So you say my wife has an old woman's wardrobe?
Well, I'm saying your wife has an age-appropriate wardrobe.
Yeah, but you wouldn't want to
That
know,
sounded worse than what I said.
But if
she doesn't want to wear something your wife is going to wear.
you wouldn't want to wear your mom's clothes.
Yeah.
Well, no, I wouldn't want to wear my mom's clothes because that would look weird.
Yeah, I think she's right.
Yeah.
There's a lameness to that statement.
Right. Your wife's not going to have clothes that a teenager would be wearing. At least I wouldn't think that's your wife's style.
Okay, fine, but you didn't plan for this. You didn't give me a heads up. You can't tell me 45 minutes before I'm meeting my friend at
Find
the
something
mall.
in your mother's closet.
Why? That does not sound.
Put on appropriate party wear.
That sounds like a fine thing to say.
Yeah, if you're Vince Lombardi's wife.
Look, I also know that there are moms and daughters that share clothes,
I
right?
There is?
didn't know a lot of people that did that.
My
That wore
wife-
their mom's clothes.
My wife, well, maybe not back in the day.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
my wife wears the same mom jeans my daughters wear. I
Yeah.
don't think there's much of a difference. They both wear
I don't know,
those
maybe it's a little different now. I don't remember that ever being a thing.
I don't
And
see.
you also would have to be the exact same size as your mom.
No, at this point, both of my oldest daughter and my wife are essentially the same size, right?
How tall is your daughter?
She's taller than you know, but that's not saying much. She's about 5'5",
Oh, wow.
5'6". Yeah, so taller than you.
And she's 14?
Yeah, bro, that's not that tall for a girl.
That's pretty tall. That's pretty tall.
I mean, she's not taller than any. I don't see her with her friends, and I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not like.
I used to
Whoa.
always, I remember that, not to change the subject, but I do remember that year I realized how short I was when I was shorter than all the girls in the class. I'm not kidding you.
Yeah, but that wasn't that uncommon in high school. I feel like a lot of guys I knew, like,
Yeah, but
they
I
didn't really grow.
break.
Well,
I
yeah,
didn't catch up.
Yeah.
That was I peaked at 12.
You just stayed the same.
It was weird.
Okay.
It's a little
sorry.
uncomfortable, man.
No, I get
Like
it.
if you've never been in a room full of big women. I have. And I'm a small person. Like you don't know what it's like. Like you don't want to disturb them or piss them off.
They're not.
But that didn't stop you.
I tried.
They're not dinosaurs, man.
No, but they're vicious if they want to be.
Kimmy, you never shared clothes with your mom when you
My
were a
mom's
kid?
5'2".
Okay, I guess not.
Yeah,
I thought that was a
you
common.
should come out looking like Jerry Lewis.
I never shared clothes with my mom.
No, like, because now that I'm thinking about it, right? Like, I see other parents, like, at sporting events and things like that. Like, I don't see much of a difference between what moms are wearing and what their
but I'm
daughters
sure
are
that
wearing.
for the most part, your kid isn't going to want to wear the same things. Even if it was cool to wear, just the fact that it's your mom's probably
Makes it lame.
Yeah.
I know, like, I'm thinking, like, because, Kimmy, you're old now. And, like, I have a 14-year-old,
Yeah.
right? So, like, it's not...
Your 14-year-old wouldn't wear anything in my wardrobe.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, she may want to clean the house.
Okay, man, am I that out of touch?
No, you just sound like an old man.
Yeah.
Put on your mother's clothes.
No,
Like I would
I don't
get
know
the
why we have to
argument-
spend clothes when you have a closet full of nothing to wear.
No, but that's the truth, man. That's the truth. You know how many dresses she's got that
That's what my father would
Yeah,
say.
but it's a valid argument.
My father used to yell at my mother. My mother made her own clothes on a sewing machine. What the hell are you going to make more clothes for?
I would get the argument of like, could you find like share with your sister, but not with your mom?
No, well, they're different heights now. Look, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
you have a closet full of clothes. This ain't the effing Oscars where you have to wear a different dress. You know, you're not.
Yeah, you're only going to
Beyonce.
wear it once. I get that.
But
Yeah.
that's what I mean, right? Like,
Yeah.
But you're going to have this every year,
Yeah,
right?
I
Because
know.
next year she's not going to wear that dress.
No.
She's not going to fit into it. She's going to grow.
Yeah.
And you have to go buy another one.
bro, no, here's what you're not understanding. It's not next year. There's 3 more stuff like this before the end of the year.
Wait,
'cause-
what do you got?
So there's going to be a winter formal. She's going to have a new dress for that. They have the daddy-daughter dance, which we go to every year. She's going to need a new dress for that. And I'm sure there will be a dance at the end of the year that somebody invites her to that I will have to buy a dress for that. So, like, that's what I'm trying to tell you, man. It is just non-stop dresses.
Expense, yeah.
Dresses everywhere,
Welcome
not
to
a
the
drop to
world of
drink.
girls.
So what does a dress go for? Like your average party dress, is it $200? Is it $600?
So here's a new thing that I'm also trying, along with picking my battles. I'm doing this new thing where if I'm not told, I assume there's a reason why.
Yeah, it's through the roof.
I don't want to know.
It's
And
the blue. I always call it the blue sky.
you're not helping.
Well, I'm thinking like, what's a dress go for?
I don't
like
know,
if
and I
it's
don't
like
wanna know.
prom style, it's a couple $100. But I don't know like how
But that's
formal.
like minimum. That's like
Well, but I don't think they're wearing prom dresses to homecoming, are
I
they?
didn't think they wore dresses, period. I don't know. I
But
don't
these are
know.
like fancy going out dresses.
Yeah, the fancy. Who's the. Oh,
A,
man.
a pretty,
The fancy
a pretty
ones.
going out to the cotillion.
Say cotillion. Yeah, no, I don't know what it costs. I don't want to know what it costs.
Well, you're gonna find out.
No, if I find out.
No, you can just ignore it.
Yes, I do. I just stick my finger in my ears and I close my eyes. I go la 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 because I'm not going to win that fight with my wife anyway.
True.
You know what I'm saying?
Because she loves all this stuff.
Yes, of course. I mean, and I get it, right? Like,
She wants to dress up her girl.
yes, fine. They're bonding over it. Great,
Yeah.
fantastic.
And you're only going to get this period of time, for the next couple years, and then they don't care about what you think
By the
about
way,
their
that doesn't.
wardrobe.
I always hate that statement
What?
when people tell me it only lasts a few years. That sounds like a lot to me. Like if
Well,
somebody
but in
told
the
me,
grand scheme of things,
like if I had a headache and I go, Jesus, it's gonna only last 4 years, I would be like, I want to kill myself.
Okay. No, she's right.
But
And that's the other.
you only get like one prom, maybe a few, depending on who she's
there's got to
dating
be
at the
countries
time.
that don't do this.
Yeah, all of them but ours.
Do you think we're the only ones that does like all this kind of
Well,
crap?
maybe Canada, you get to wear like a longer flannel,
All right.
right? But like, can you? I don't know.
It's all American.
What other country?
Like Europe don't do it, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know.
China.
What other countries have the majority of the population that can afford to go out and just buy a dress to go to a party for no reason?
True. Yeah,
you know what
that's
I'm
true.
saying?
Yeah.
But no, like Kimmy is right, what she said. And I guess that's the third of the
What's that?
3 realizations that I'm coming up with as a
You
dad.
get your daddy-daughter dance, which, again, she may, even though it's
She
still
already
there,
hates it.
she probably doesn't want to go
She already hates it.
eventually anyway.
Yeah. No, but like pick your battles.
Hmm.
Don't ask for information that you're not given on purpose. and it's all going to be over soon. Because, like, look, I enjoy spending time with my kids. I enjoy watching them play sports. I enjoy watching them become little adults, right? So Kimmy's right. I know 5 years from now, I'm going to look back with none of this stress and none of the money to spend and none of the running around and go, I miss it.
Yeah, but then they're going to get married. And then you're going to have that. And then you're going to have college.
Shut up.
I don't know.
Will you shut?
You never
Like every
know.
time you dance as a parent, it costs you about $1,000. Think about that. Every time you want to dance, and no man wants to dance, it's about $1,000.
Carrie Ann writes us on Instagram. She says, Duffy, this is giving me secondhand too small khakis vibe. Buy her a new dress and you will have a happy girl. Look, I think there's a difference between my dad making me buy Salvation Army pants that were 2 inches too small and getting a new dress for every event that happens. But apparently everybody does it. Or at least, that's according to my daughter.
All right.
Sucks.
Enjoy.
Shut up.
It's such a precious moment.
We got a Dynamite. Enjoy your precious moments. Kind of break them for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, a little hate.
That's right. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. It was 2 weeks ago. We told you a story about a man in Canandaigua. Worked as a maintenance worker at an apartment complex. And he was called to a woman's apartment to take care of something. While in there, according to police, he grabbed her ass. And what was strange about this story is the maintenance worker was in his 50s, which I know seems older. But when you do the math, it's not even close to as old as to be in a generation where this is what we did back in the day, right? He would have been in his 20s in 1990. So no one in this room was like, well, give him a chance. Because I don't know what kind of chance, if the allegations are true, you give this man.
Yes.
Somebody outside the room did. And
so they're pro grab ass.
Not pro grab ass. We'll read the letter. But here's the thing. We've learned doing this show after all these years, no matter how bad someone's behavior is we talk about, there will always be someone that steps up to defend that person. Happens every single time. What is shocking about this?
What's that?
The letter we received in defense of this maintenance worker accused of this crime is from a woman.
Oh, what?
A woman wrote this letter. A woman.
With an ass.
I haven't seen her. She could be assless.
Assless chick.
She served with Jerry in Vietnam and she lost her ass there. We will read you the letter. Right. A woman in defense of ass grabbing. Just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
So you're getting up now, hop out of the shower, get in the car.
Yeah.
You got to get your coffee.
Oh, yeah.
If you make it at home, you solve this problem easy, right?
Yeah.
But it turns out that one half of people that are going to get their coffee at a Starbucks, Dunkin', Tim Hortons, whatever this morning, are going to do it uncomfortably.
But they do it the same way, and it's uncomfortable?
Oh, no, they do it the same way. It's just they don't want anyone else hearing what they're saying when they're ordering.
Really?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You get up, get in your car on your way to work.
Yeah, that's the deal.
You stop and you get some coffee somewhere.
Ooh, nice.
Seems like the least stressful part of your day.
It's actually one of the nicest part of your day.
For 1/2 Americans, that's not true.
Really?
It is extremely stressful because 1/2 Americans have a serious problem ordering their coffee on a daily basis.
Well, what's the problem?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. This needs to stop.
Okay, what has to stop?
So, article in the Democrat and Chronicle today about I'm going to read you the headline. You ready?
All right.
The 11 most darling small towns in New York State.
Oh, like quaint little places to go do a day trip?
That's what it sounds like.
All right, we got a lot of them around here.
Well, one of them made the list in our area.
Oh, okay.
And
You're not sold on it.
it's not that I'm not sold. It seems darling.
Yeah, but you're not a darling trip kind of guy.
I love how you're saying this to me because the place that was named, you also go to. And you hate it as much as I do.
But did I start out hating it, or was I disappointed when I got there?
We'll figure it out,
All right,
and we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. A new study shows that over 1/2 of coffee drinkers in America are ashamed of their coffee order.
Really?
Yes.
What's to be ashamed of?
So they say they don't want to say their drink orders out loud when they order
Because
it.
they kind of feel like they're being that guy.
Yeah, though they don't want to be
that
judged.
girl.
They
Yeah.
feel like they're being drink shamed ordering their favorite coffee in the morning from Starbucks or Dunkin' or Tim Hortons or wherever.
It's too elaborate?
Elaborate.
Just the way you say it can
feminine,
sound
whatever.
kind of like pretentious, especially because you may be trying to say it. I've seen people like try to pronounce it like a French way, a latte.
No, but I see. I know.
A croissant. Croissant.
No, but Kimmy, it feels like someone who's going to put the accent on it is not one of the half of Americans that are ashamed.
No, because I do feel like they could be doing it because they feel like that's how you say it. You
Okay.
know what I mean? Or they don't want to be told like that's not how it's pronounced.
Gotcha. Now, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The most interesting part of this article, several industry insiders, restaurant industry insiders, they tell us that ordering coffee on apps, the percentage of people who do that is way higher than any other kind of fast food
So
restaurant.
that I just
makes
walk in
sense.
and grab it and go.
You got it. Now, it was believed that was because it made ordering more efficient.
Mm-hmm.
Now they are believing with these numbers that people are ordering on the apps not because they want to save time,
Mm-hmm.
but because they don't want to say out loud with people behind them in line what their coffee order is.
Yeah.
That's how ashamed they are of what they order. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Because you consider yourself a coffee expert.
I'm addicted to it for
Yes.
sure. And yeah, I know what I like.
What should a morning coffee have in it?
Well, I mean, that's so vague. I mean, it's so open-ended.
Oh, is it? Is it? Because I've
Cream sugar is your standards.
That's it?
Well, I mean, black coffee, cream, and sugar, I guess would be the standard.
Okay, so like anything outside of that, you're going to look at someone and go,
Well, I drink, how do you say it in French? A latte?
Oh, just a latte, but
So I drink lattes.
okay, yeah.
I thought you had like a cappuccino or something.
Well, I'm saying variations of that. Depending on where
I
I'm
have
at.
a latte and variations of a latte, like a
So
cappuccino.
I get like a latte
But do you get
with double knob,
2 pumps?
2 pumps of knob. So I get a latte, skim, and I throw a sweet low.
Oh, you got to skim. Like, it's not. You can't even do real sugar and real milk. You go skim with the sweet look.
I also do one other thing, especially at certain places. Mocha drizzle.
See, like you can't even
there it
say
is.
it. You're ashamed to say it out loud. So you sit here and you go, "What is with
But
these
it's okay.
people?"
It's delicious. I get
Oh
it.
my god, that mocha drizzle. Oh man.
Look, I'm not judging you.
I didn't peg you for a mocha drizzle guy
Not too much.
based on the calories.
Well, it's a treat when I'm out. I don't do it at home.
So I
I
want to
use
point.
unsweetened chocolate. I use cocoa powder.
Shut. No, you don't.
Yeah.
You don't even let yourself have 3 drizzles of chocolate.
No, I drink a lot of coffee,
Okay.
bro.
All right. I want to point out what just happened here.
Right.
Because we started this conversation and I gave you the information that 1/2 of Americans are ashamed to say out loud their coffee order in the morning. And you go, why? And then I asked you, what does a standard cup of coffee have in it? And you go, it's black, cream, and sugar.
Well,
That's
that's
the
your
standard.
standard.
And then you proceed to give me a recipe to make muffins that you drink every morning. Like even you, who drinks a self-admitted sissy coffee drink, believes that a man's cup of coffee is either black or has a little bit of cream and sugar.
Yeah, your standard, truck driver coffee.
Okay,
Like a man drink.
Fine. So then how do you sit here and go, why are people ashamed when you paused and pulled your face away from the mic?
Mocha drizzle.
Mocha drizzle.
Well, because
Mocha drizzle.
I drink sissy coffee.
Okay. All right.
Like a sissy boy, my little sissy slip-on
Just
shoes.
let yourself enjoy it.
I do.
okay.
I by the way, I don't hold back when I'm there. Like I don't.
Well, because
Full-throttle mocha.
you're among like-minded people usually, right?
Right,
I mean,
but I never even thought about it.
Yeah.
Because everybody there is,
getting something special.
Yeah.
Okay, but here's the other thing that's weird about it.
Right.
You've talked about on the show before, like if you go to Wegmans in the middle of the day and you're going to get a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
You will sit and hate the people in front of you because they're not ordering the coffee you think they should order.
They take too long.
It wasn't just that. These milkshake drinks.
Oh, yeah.
That's what you say.
They're ice cream.
Okay. Like they have like mocha in them?
No, they got the cookie.
They got the cookie and the mocha?
Remember I told you that there's like a half a bag of Oreos in this thing and ice cream. No wonder you can't lose weight. And you can't find a boyfriend.
You have openly criticized,
Yes.
after the fact, into a microphone, orders of people that get coffee in front of you. And you sit here and go, I don't know why half of Americans are afraid of their coffee.
Okay, so I used when I was doing my Dunkin' runs, I would get so pissed off in the morning because I would get there. Usually I was like first guy there. So sometimes somebody else, maybe I'd be two back. And I start like, what is taking so long with this order? And I start getting pissed off. And if I see the cup go through the window and they haven't moved yet, I go, are they getting breakfast? Are they getting effing breakfast?
Well, what else?
Yeah.
Why would you not get breakfast?
Here comes my breakfast. I would start doing an impression of them, not even knowing them, out loud in the car. Oh, I got my little breakfast sandwich. I'm gonna eat my breakfast sandwich and wash it down with my ice cream soda drink
You're
on
alone?
my way to work.
You're alone in the car
Yes.
doing this?
Yes, we
Out
figured
loud.
out that he does do this.
Out loud, I am mocking these people because I'm now pissed off that you ordered a sandwich.
Okay.
You have no right to order a sandwich before
The thing
I
on
get
the
my
menu
coffee.
that you can order.
Yes. I know it's crazy. I know it's wrong.
Okay.
And then I also look, when I would go to Dunkin' and stuff, I would look at the calories of everything.
Uh-huh.
And then I try to figure out, like, what's this fat ass get?
Hey, Kimmy, remember when he was wondering why people feel judged, half Americans, for doing their order
I
at the
do
coffee
judge.
shop?
I'm a
judges
judgy guy.
himself.
I'm a judgy guy.
252 WCMF. Again, one half Americans admit they are ashamed of their coffee order, saying it out loud. In fact, industry insiders believe the reason why ordering on the app is so high for your Dunkins, your Tim Hortons, your Starbucks, your place like that is not because people want the convenience. It's because people are afraid to walk in and say their order out loud.
They're drinking the lattes. They're eating the sandwiches.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
So I guess Tommy mocks me when I order my Dunkin' because I always get a breakfast sandwich with it. But anyways, my theory is that people don't like doing that because their order makes them sound high maintenance.
What, you think that people who order fancier coffee drinks are more high maintenance?
No, they sound more high maintenance.
Okay.
So like if you get your like double latte with no foam, caramel drizzle on top of it, and a double shot of espresso. That person to me sounds high maintenance.
I mean, it does check out with the guy that I know.
Yeah, that guy would be high maintenance.
All right, Ben, when you order your coffee, what's your coffee order in the morning?
I don't actually I make my coffee at home. When I get the Dunkin', though, I get those Dunkin' refreshers.
Okay,
and,
pause.
Yeah.
You make your coffee at home,
Yeah.
but you order your breakfast at the coffee shop.
Yeah, I don't have anything at home to make for breakfast. That's the problem.
Okay, I see.
Well, yeah.
I don't know if you heard of these things. It's new and they're
Wait,
sweeping. They're sweeping the nation.
What do you get?
They're called grocery stores.
Oh.
And you go there and you buy items for which to put your breakfast together.
Oh, my God. I never knew this.
Well, you're buying coffee somewhere, stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just
Okay.
never have the time either in the morning.
All right, look, I
wake
understand.
Up, yeah, I wake up when I have to leave for work.
Okay.
Basically what
And then you go to Dunkin' where they would just pour the coffee in your cup, but you don't have the... Okay. Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
How that kid hasn't gotten to the top yet.
Wait, so you think it's weird that you would go to like a coffee place and just get a breakfast sandwich?
No, if you don't drink coffee, that I get, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's weird to
But
me.
he makes a coffee.
Right.
Yes.
Then he goes and gets a sandwich. When you, like...
I don't know if it's that uncommon. I've seen people just order like breakfast at a place.
I assume
and-
most people don't drink coffee.
Right.
Really? I don't
Yeah.
know.
Like, because, like, I mean, like,
But
here's
maybe you feel like you're saving a little, so that's why you go out
All
and
right.
you save on your coffee, so that's why you feel like maybe you can
But
order
to
your
Pat's
breakfast
point,
more often.
You could really save some money if you bought a skillet.
Like, yeah, the food
Yes.
is the more expensive item you're
But
purchasing.
but you're saving time. I don't know.
All right.
No, because you got to make the coffee.
But the coffee's quick.
unless your
coffee's
wife,
fast.
unless the wives make the coffee for the husbands.
Okay.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. I think that you also have to worry about what your coffee cup says on it, depending on what job you have.
Oh, what do you mean?
I've started to notice this. Well, like, there are places that are viewed as blue-collar coffee places, and there are places that are viewed as elite coffee places.
So if my cup has a quote or an inspiration on it, is that an elitist cup of coffee?
I mean, I don't even, yes, but I don't even think it goes that far. I just think the logo on the...
Oh, just a logo screams privilege.
Well, like, for example, like if I were to walk onto a job site this morning, I would expect to see a bunch of Dunkin' and Tim Hortons coffee cups.
You would.
Whereas if I were to go to a yoga studio in Pittsburgh,
yeah.
I'm going to see nothing but Starbucks cups.
You might see, like, coffee companies you've never heard of.
Yeah. Blue something, some
Blue
weird
Mountain
farm.
over here.
Thank you.
On a ridge.
Blue Mountain over here on a ridge. Or like one of those like local artisan coffee shops. Like what's that one in Pittsburgh on Main Street there?
There are a few probably.
Yeah,
right?
there is.
The one your buddy owns it.
My buddy owns
Your boy.
Oh, the Village Bakery.
Yeah, Village Bakery. Like
that's super elitist.
That's what I mean. Like I'm not gonna walk into like, a factory where they're cutting metal sheets and see a, Village Bakery coffee.
So
cup.
at the Village Bakery, you had to get an interview before you get a cup of coffee.
You like fruit? We got it all. The Village Bakery. No, I mean, I feel like
you're
just
right.
Based on where I grew up, if you walked on to a blue collar job with a Starbucks cup, that you're gonna get your balls busted.
Yeah. Because you're a soft boy.
Well, I mean, but
you got soft hands. Wrapped around your little cup of coffee.
It's just a cup of coffee.
Is it a cup of coffee? How many shots you got in there?
How many shots do you have in there?
2.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm a soft boy.
I mean, I get that Starbucks is more expensive on average.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, but like it also may be the closest coffee shop to your house. It may be the one that's on the way. Like I am curious to avoid judgment. Either how many people go out of their way to get the more elite looking coffee, depending on where they work, or go out of their way to get the more blue collar looking coffee just so they don't get judged.
Well, the ultimate blue collar one is gas station coffee.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah. Starvin' Marvin, Hess, big cup of Hess. Mobile coffee.
I'll go a step further.
What's that?
The ultimate blue collar coffee. You're right. That's good.
Yeah.
There's one more blue collar below it. That's the giant thermos mug that has the gas station logo on it. That's all worn off, full of coffee. Right?
Yeah.
Like you see that guy, that he's seen some things.
I will say this: like as we traveled, and we had no money, and one thing I never gave up was coffee. Pulling into one of those big, massive truck stops in the Midwest, and in the morning, and smelling that coffee was heaven.
Yeah, I don't even drink coffee, and that was a great.
But that coffee was delicious because they made so much of it so fast. It was always so fresh because everybody in the trucking industry is a caffeine junkie.
Yep.
And it was, oh my God, I do miss that coffee.
252 WCMF. Let's take one more call. 1/2 Americans say they are ashamed to order their coffee out loud in the morning because of judgment from other coffee drinkers. Armand's got the last word. Hey, Armand, how are you, buddy?
All right. I get Starbucks coffee. I work blue collar, and I dare say something about my Starbucks because, to be honest, I feel like Starbucks put crack in it because it does something different to the body, man. I'm telling you.
So you're gonna tell me?
No, to his point, there's a Starbucks around the corner from me, and it is like a range of all people with all sorts of jobs in the morning. Like it is, you can't pinpoint the type of person that would walk in there.
Maybe that's why we're all broke.
Armand, you're going to tell me not one time you've walked where you were, into where you work, and nobody's busted your balls about your Starbucks cup?
Yeah, I mean, they go, oh, fancy, but it's just like, it's Starbucks. If you want a little better caffeine, you spend a little more money.
So you get like a straight black cup of coffee from Starbucks?
Nah, I get a caramel latte.
How many? Can I ask you a question? How many extra sugars do you put in that?
None. I just do a latte, and then if I do coffee, I just do 2 creams.
No sugar.
No sugars.
Blows my theory.
Wait, okay, what's your theory?
I can't say.
No, you're already there. Yes, no. Tommy is convinced that black folks put extra sugar in their coffee.
Yeah, and then, like, the white guys at work is convinced that, like, I put too much creamer in my coffee.
Armand, enjoy your elitist cup of coffee this morning.
Yeah, have a good one.
No, like, if you drive by the Starbucks in the morning, like, there are a bunch of, like, working man trucks in that parking lot.
But those coffees, like, the one he just described, is probably, with a tip, is probably a $7 cup of coffee on a medium.
I mean, look, I get it. I understand what you're saying.
That's what people used to spend on lunch.
Look, man. Oh, shut up.
In America that I grew up in.
No, I mean, look, if there is, I'm not going to judge you if there's something that gets you out of bed to get you going.
$7 cup of coffee, and there's no booze in it.
Work sucks. Work
I
sucks.
know,
Getting
I
out of
know.
bed sucks. If this gets you there, go do whatever
All
you
right,
got to
here's
do.
what I'd rather do.
What's that?
Make my coffee at home, but a shot of whiskey in it.
Yeah.
That's how America used to jumpstart their day.
But you won't. You won't even put the caramel or the mocha drizzle on top all the time. Use the powder cocoa. We go, okay, and look, here's the thing. A cup of coffee, we make fun, right? A $7 cup of coffee, as expensive as it is not really elitist. This
super elitist
is elitist, right? Because anytime you hear the word darling, whether someone is being described or you're describing a place, that is an elite place. And we need to stop. We need to stop with this. It's ruining the weekends and wallets of boyfriends and husbands across New York State.
The day trip?
But here's what sucks.
What?
As much as we don't want to do this, there are several towns in our area over the last 2 decades that have exploded thanks to this trend.
It's an economy.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This needs to stop.
Okay, what are we doing?
It's
so
costing.
bad.
It's costing us money.
Yeah.
It's costing us time. It's raising our stress levels. It's making husbands and boyfriends do things we never dreamed we'd have to do.
Oh, yeah.
And it's all because quaint has become trendy. There are towns in our area that have exploded and made a fortune because of it.
Oh, yeah.
And all that money is coming out of the wallets of boyfriends and husbands who have no idea the buzzsaw they're walking into. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning. There's a story on News 8 last night as we are now less than 6 weeks away from Election Day.
What they saying?
Well, it is now in one town here officially okay to display these in your front yard.
Oh, the big political sign?
Yeah, it turns out that there are
giant skeletons?
and the skeleton signs.
Yeah.
It turns out that every town has different rules about where and when you can put these signs up, even though it seems nobody is enforcing these rules.
I didn't know there was a law anywhere.
And the rules are pointless because these signs themselves are probably pointless these days anyway, and we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Story in the DNC yesterday, Tommy?
What is it?
World Atlas just put out a list of and I'm going to read you the quote from the headline. You ready? The 11 most darling towns in New York.
Oh.
Small towns.
All right.
So just in New York,
Yeah.
though.
The 11 most darling small towns in New York. That's the actual name of the list.
So we're going to see some quaintness.
Yeah. Kimmy, could you do me a favor just real quick? Could you Google the official definition of darling?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it. That sounds weird to say darling.
When's the last time you heard someone use darling in a sentence?
Like in an old movie.
Right? Darling, Beauregard.
Yeah.
My darling.
Used as an affectionate form of address to a beloved person.
Oh, all right.
So,
But not a city
town,
or a town.
whatever, it's
all right.
darling.
Yeah.
So where's Darlintown?
So near the top of this 11 towns on this list, it's a town that most men in our area had never heard of until they got into a serious relationship.
Oh.
Skaneateles, New York.
That's got to be top-notch darling.
So for those who are unaware of Skaneateles, it's about an hour and 15 minutes away. It is on Skaneateles Lake. And it is a super pretentious town full of overly expensive things that women love to go and spend time and money
Yeah,
on.
and it's a tiny little town.
Very tiny.
It's basically just a couple of little blocks.
It is.
But I guess that's what makes it so quaint and so darling.
And it's an uber-rich playground.
Yeah. You'll see every high-end stroller pushed by grandparents.
I was almost killed by a brand new Corvette over the 2 weekends ago when my daughter had a hockey game up there. And celebrities from Derek Jeter all the way to the Clintons, amongst others, have owned homes.
Travolta, I heard, was walking around there.
Did Travolta own a house in home?
There was a rumor that he was building there. But there's always those rumors.
Yeah, but you just said the rumor, you idiot. Yeah, people always want to say these things that I just said.
They have a polo ground?
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
They have a Skaneateles polo.
makes
Yes,
sense.
they have a polo club.
It makes sense. Where else? Walk me to a polo ground.
No, that's why it would make sense that it was there.
No, I'm saying I don't even know where they're supposed to be because I've never even seen
Well,
a
it's
polo.
all
Well,
rich.
yeah.
Rich horse ass.
Yeah.
Can I read you a piece of this article?
Yeah.
Describing Skaneateles. You ready? The town also boasts a quaint historic themed district, which hosts a Charles Dickens themed festival each December. The historic district also boasts a wealth of well-preserved 19th century buildings and has been a part of the National Registry of Historic Places since 1984. And that's a long paragraph where you could have just said in one sentence, expensive and boring.
Yes.
Can we stop this, please?
It's never going to stop, man. It's going to get worse.
No, I'm begging. Can we stop?
No, it's not going to stop because we don't have any backbones. We're a bunch of filleted men, and filleted men will march off to Darlingtown. My old man would never do this crap.
You live in Darlingtown.
Yeah,
I
shut
do.
up.
I do because
And
I'm soft
and
I'm
you
weak.
like it, but you do enjoy living where you live.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, it's nice. It's
Okay,
clean.
no,
Oh,
she's
you
right,
wouldn't
man.
live
She's
anywhere
right.
else.
You can't sit
Crime
here
is low.
till you moved in. Look, we need to stop publishing these articles and putting up tour videos on social media because boyfriends and husbands, we are losing weeks a year.
It's going to get worse because now you're going into fall.
Yes.
So now
yes.
you want to go down there and see the colors and the lake and get some cider and a very expensive bowl of chili.
And like, here's what's weird about them. All these towns that are listed in this article, Skaneateles being one of them, they're places, even though you grew up here your entire life, you did not know existed until you got into a serious relationship with a woman. Because in these towns, for boyfriends and husbands, there is nothing for us. They try and trick you. Maybe there's like a brewery on the edge of this darling town.
Yeah.
And your wife goes, oh, you know, but it's a trap. And once you get there,
What
and
happened?
they got you. You now have an annual tradition at the world's most expensive 4-building town.
Yes.
And that's what they all are.
Mm-hmm.
Stop. Please stop. Please. I know I'm not alone.
I know.
252 WCMF 252
Yeah, but
9263.
you guys also know some pretty pretentious dudes who also like to hang out at those kinds of places.
Yes.
If any man tells me he enjoys going to these small
Tell me,
towns,
but
I'm out.
Yeah, but you hang out with some of those guys.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but that guy still sucks.
I'm just saying, I don't think you're right. Like, maybe it's mostly women that enjoy those places, but I do think that there are guys that love that, like, to tell you that they've been there, you know, and tell you about the restaurants there.
Look, no guy who does that is cool. Can we agree on that?
But they think
they think
cool.
they are.
Okay,
though.
no, I get it, but they're not cool like in the I want to hang out with them sense.
No, but if you're a rich, flashy guy, that's where you're going to go
Yeah.
flash your cash. Like you watched a guy in a Corvette driving around.
Right.
Yeah, and he almost hit me with his car.
Right.
But what I'm getting at is, like, I don't get why, like, guys go there to try and seem big money. Because when you get there, even if you are big money around here, the second you walk in there, you're a goldfish, baby. That's a barracuda swimming around you.
Right.
You ain't got what you think you got. And if you busted and you think you're cool hanging out there, they're all judging the hell out of your ass. Man.
But there are guys that don't know. They don't pick
Yeah.
up on it.
How do you not
No.
pick up on that everyone looks better than you?
They are the way they are because they don't pick up on that.
Like that was my dad. Like my dad had the smallest boat at the yacht club. And it pissed him off, but he still wanted to be at the yacht club so he could tell people
Yeah.
I'm a member of the Palm Beach Yacht Club.
I don't get it. I don't understand.
And he had a dinghy compared to these dudes, man. But he thought he was at their level, and he also like it. Here's the other thing my old man used to say: business connections, big business.
At the
connections.
yacht club?
At the yacht club, all the movers and shakers at the yacht club.
Okay.
Yeah, but they don't want you.
Wait, was he more a shaker or a mover?
Shaker probably.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Not so much moving.
No.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we have this article that was in the DNC yesterday. The title is The 11 Most Darling Small Towns in New York State. Skaneateles, an hour and 15 minutes away from us. It's blown up. It's on the list. It's high.
Is that one of the closest? Or they're...
It is the closest.
okay.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Tim. Hey, Timmy. How are you, buddy?
Hey, guys, how are you?
Hey, Timmy.
I got to agree with you. It's a trap. But on the other end, if you're trying to make ground fast, that's a great place to take the woman.
Okay,
You
well,
never get in trouble going there.
explain what you mean by that, Timmy.
Well, you can spend a lot of money, but if you got yourself in trouble because you went out with the boys one too many nights in a row, take them down there. Everything's forgiven.
Look, okay, that is a good call. That is a good call.
You know. And then while you're down there, you can go another couple more miles. And what's that fancy dish place all the women like with a little square? Oh, Mackenzie Child.
Oh, yeah, there you go, buddy. There
Been
you
down
go.
that
Right
trail.
down the street, you take them for a little ride down there, all's forgiven. You're just down a couple thousand. Don't worry about
See,
it.
you hear this, man? This is
Yeah,
a
you only bought like a pencil holder.
This is a battle-hardened man.
Oh, yeah.
And he's
Yeah.
giving you great advice. But his voice, the reason it sounds like that,
Yeah.
is because of all the times he had to go to these quaint towns and live through this, man.
Yeah.
You hear that? You hear the pain?
No, that's an empty wallet trying to close.
Timmy, thanks for the call, buddy.
So what do you think about a guy that gets talked into going down to Skaneateles, and you also have to bring the dog
I mean,
because your wife wants pictures of the dog at the park at Skaneateles.
I would say that guy, he is a sissy-ass bitch with no spine. That's what I would say.
Okay.
What?
You may know that.
Really? Wait, does he work with us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, you say he doesn't do a goddamn thing, so no.
Huh. Is he wearing brown penny loafers right now?
He may own a pair too. I don't know.
You bring the dog to
So
Skaneateles?
we took our dog Lily all the way down to Skaneateles so we could walk around the lake and we could get pictures of her around the lake.
Come on, man.
I'm telling you,
Okay.
bro. That's a 2-hour just in the car back and forth.
Yeah.
And then we waited to get this food at an Italian restaurant to take it home.
That Italian restaurant is good. And that's the other thing that sucks.
Yeah, but it doesn't hold up on the way home.
Yes,
does
it does.
Yeah, it's,
Oh, okay.
it's really good.
All
It's
right.
that I forget
Fair
the
enough.
name, Mama Rosalitas.
Rosalitas, yeah. Because it's
That-
a Billy Joel song.
That restaurant makes no sense in that town.
Why?
It's a delicious Italian restaurant, but it's not really in the town.
No, it's not.
It's
the
up on a
outside.
hill away from it, but it's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's like stick to your ribs, good old school
I
Italian.
would say that is worth the trip.
Look at you. You've been brainwashed, bro.
Just don't bring the dog.
Hey, I'm Tabby. You go out here. I'm
People line up for their bread.
But here's the thing that sucks about this. As much as we crap all over these small towns and the quaintness and the darling, it's a double-edged sword because it's also made some towns in our area a ton of money.
The economy?
tourism.
Yes. Like Canandaigua, I think in this area would be the biggest example because 25 years ago, it went from a lake town in the middle of nowhere, a fun place to hang out, right, to a nationwide vacation destination for the rich. And business owners in the town and the city have made serious cash from it.
Yeah.
How did that not pop up on the list? Not small enough?
Maybe it's too big?
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible.
The other one is Ellicottville.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a big ski town, but then they turn it into a summer thing.
Yeah. It's like a summer resort.
I mean, there's a bunch of towns in the Finger Lakes. I mean, Geneva saw a pop. Aurora, New York saw a pop. You can even make an argument that Fairport and Pittsford, on a smaller scale, have become what they've become over the last 25 years because of this trendy, quaint, darling thing.
A lot of those towns you also named have also become wedding destinations. And I think that helps people drive more people to a place they may not have gone otherwise, You know,
my prediction, the next big money lake town.
What?
You're going to laugh.
What?
But I'm telling you, it's coming. 10 yen.
So you bring that up. That's another spot. We've been to multiple weddings in the last few years.
I think it's already started
Yeah.
happening.
Because that was just a little
And
country town when we did comedy down there. And now there's like bank down there.
There's so many wineries right there.
That and Hammondsport
Yeah,
is another one.
All of these places, right? So
Yeah.
enjoy.
It's good. It's good.
Shut up.
It
It's
is
not
good for the
It's-
economy, these small towns, man,
Okay.
like Watkins Glen.
Yeah, no, it's really good that
They
the
should, if they ever got a race down there, Jesus Christ, man.
Well, look, man, maybe, how about this?
Right.
How about you find a politician you like,
Mm-hmm.
you write them and say, how about you outlaw darling, quaint towns?
Okay, ban the towns.
And you could have my vote.
All right.
Because here's the thing. If a man, woman running for office would do that, I would put their sign on my lawn.
Okay.
And it turns out that putting a sign on your lawn for a political candidate is more complicated than you thought.
So I didn't know there were rules. I just thought if I could do whatever I want.
Same, and it's interesting that there are towns that have these rules, yet it seems they're not enforcing them at all. We'll catch you up on a story that happened on News 8 last night, and about how these rules exist, how nobody follows these rules, it seems, how it even appears nobody is enforcing these rules, and all of this is hilarious that the rules exist at all, because just the idea of these in today's society are pointless.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, it's official.
What's that?
We are less than 6 weeks away from the election.
What?
And that timeline matters for one of the biggest suburbs in America that also happens to be right in our backyard. Because with a democracy comes rules and regulations you need to follow.
Okay.
Even though, if you have driven through this town, there are plenty of people who apparently do not care about these rules and regulations one little bit.
What are they doing?
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Guess what, buddy?
What?
We got another pair of Metallica tickets.
Really?
They're coming to the Dome in Syracuse, and the tickets go on sale on Friday at 10 a.m. But you can win them before you can buy them.
How can I win them?
Just be super nice to us. Tell us we're pretty.
That's a lot of work.
We'll also be the right caller. Don't call right now.
Right,
Don't
wait.
call now. We will get you those Metallica tickets this morning before 9 o'clock.
Perfect.
And again, it is on Kimmy to remind me. So if it doesn't happen, it's all her fault.
Okay.
We'll get you those Metallica tickets before 9 here in the break room on CMF. Also, just after 7:30 this morning, 2 kids done real good right from our backyard.
Fantastic.
And what they do is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
However, this story may be a reminder that if you have multiple children, you should only allow one of them to do a physical sport.
Oh.
And I'll explain why.
Okay.
Just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So Monday officially marks 6 weeks until Election Day.
Crunch time.
That was a big day in the town of Greece.
What do they do?
Rules of the town state that you are officially allowed to start displaying political yard signs 6 weeks before Election Day.
So release the signs.
Yes. And then after Election Day, town rules say you have a week to bring them down.
And they always do, right?
News 8 did a story on it. They talked to Greece Town Supervisor Bill Rylick. No word on if they talked to him at the Hot Rod Ranch in Sweden.
Just gonna say they picked that guy of all people.
No, Kimmy, you know the Hot Rod Ranch, the one off Swamp Road, right?
Oh yeah, everybody goes out to Swamp Road to get their hot rods fixed.
Yeah, you know you're there. You'll know you're there.
All right, well, how would I know I'm up on where's the gate?
You'll know you're there when you see a metal sign on the fence of a busty woman sitting on a hot rod. But anyways, Rylick lays out the rules for the signs in Greece.
Right.
And they asked that guy, Kimmy, because he runs Greece, right?
Okay.
Like, it's rules. He says that most citizens, and even some new candidates running for office, don't know the town rules about signs. And if you've driven through Greece at all in the last 6 months, you clearly see these rules have not been followed.
So they're up.
Yeah, they've been up for months, some years.
Yeah. Hey, you probably see like a Louise Slaughter sign up there somewhere, right?
It turns out, Tommy, that every town and village and city, they set their own rules where, when, how.
So what are they going to do?
signs.
Like come to your house and like waste time telling you to take it out?
So that's what I'm actually curious about. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Are there folks that have been popped for breaking political lawn sign rules?
Like, do they fine them or something? Or?
I don't know.
It's weird, too, that they have such strict rules on the lawn signs when there are people that keep up, like, flags and banners all year long. Like, what's the difference, I guess?
I guess what constitutes a sign? You're right, because a flag with a candidate on it would be,
right.
I mean, it's serving the same purpose.
Right. You see those, all the time, and there's no regulations on that.
Yeah, let's say I have like so-and-so sucks.
Yeah.
And I hang that out there.
Yeah, like you're
Is
hanging
there
it
a
from
rule
your
of
house.
that, or can they continually suck all year?
I don't know. I mean, if
Or
you think...
like, when does that guy suck season start?
I mean, going down this road,
Yeah.
it seems like this political sign rule would be hard to enforce because we are at the point where political candidates have become the personalities of some people.
Yeah, they do.
And there are folks that have had the same sign up since 2016. And look, you're on their property, and we live in America, and it does seem a little anti-democratic to tell people they're breaking the rules supporting a candidate on property they pay for and pay taxes on.
And what's the scare? Like, why can't you, like, is there some reason that they think, like, you're trying to sway the election?
Oh, I don't think it has anything to do with election. I assume it has
There's
people...
more stuff in your yard that
All right,
pisses
just
people
a
off.
clutter.
More
It's
to
just
do.
junk.
Exactly. More to do
I am
with
on board with that.
There you go. There you go.
To your point, that's probably what it is because I guess if you don't put those rules in place, you can't tell somebody to clean up their lawn signs.
Yeah, let's say I have an Alan Diggs sign still up.
Okay.
Yeah. But I don't know what that
Does that fall under the, because it looks like a political sign.
Right.
I mean, it is a political sign, but
Yeah.
they're not running for office, so
All
I
right.
don't know.
But technically, you could vote for him if you wanted
Yeah,
to.
you could, but you could vote for anybody. If I put a UPS
Yeah.
box on my
So-
front lawn,
so
I could
to
write
your-
in UPS.
So then, to your point, does it have to be like a sanctioned lawn sign for it to count?
All of these are great questions.
So as long as it's not political, like an endorsement of a candidate, it sounds like I can leave them up.
I don't know what
If
the
I want
rules
to put
are.
Black Lives Matter, Back the Blue, those aren't supporting anybody in particular. It's just a
It's a social cause.
It's a belief.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
I'm guessing though, because you see those up all the time forever.
but again, there could be regulations with that. Just the town doesn't want to go and enforce it because of how the town would look, which is why these are so interesting. But listen, with all of this conversation we're having and the contradictions and weird things about it, it doesn't mean that leaving up political signs all the time or putting them up at all is a good idea. Because the modern day political lawn sign, Tommy, is a hard thing to wrap your head around.
Right.
You want people to participate in democracy. It's a very important part of being American. But at the same time, we have reached the point where political lawn signs are useless. They're useless.
Yeah. I mean, I don't sway anybody.
Who is voting based on lawn signs? And if you are voting...
I don't think anybody ever did.
Back in the day?
I don't think so.
I mean, look...
my dad voted a certain way. My uncles, relatives, they didn't get swayed by signs.
Not by big sign?
No.
The only thing I can think of is when it comes to like local candidates, you may be more aware of who's on the ballot because of lawn signs.
Okay.
Like if it's just a name that I'm saying over and over again, it may stick in my head more, which I'm not saying that's a good reason to vote for somebody, but I could see why, like you were just asking the effect it may have on somebody. It may make somebody more recognizable on like a more local level.
Okay, fine, but that makes, look, I know you're not arguing for that, but it makes you an uninformed voter because political lawn signs give you no information about the candidate other than their name and sometimes their political party and then some stupid slogan that means nothing.
Yeah.
Moving forward towards the future. Fighting for you. Like, I would vote.
Making a difference.
I would vote for a person that would put on their sign, fighting for you unless you're a jerk, in which I'll fight you one time. I would vote for that guy because that's honesty. And, like, when it comes to where people are getting their political information, because Kimmy said it, the idea is if you see the same name over and over again, you're going to vote for that person. Right now, you have social media, digital print, TV, radio, physical print, word of mouth from friends and family. And then I guess under all of that, then comes the political sign. I understand why, despite the fact that you don't think your uncles or your dad.
No, they always voted the same way.
Okay, but I understand why people back in the day thought they were important because I didn't have the ability to get on Twitter or Facebook.
Get the word out.
Exactly, right? But now.
Now you're just pissing off your neighbor.
And that's just it.
Or you're going to cause an argument.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this story on News 8 last night. Bill Rylick, town supervisor.
I never heard of him.
Out in Greece, says that the town has a 6 weeks to Election Day rule with political lawn signs. Once they hit 6 weeks, which was this past Monday, you can display them, which is funny because if you've driven through Greece, lawn signs have been up for months. And I know that nobody is going to change their vote because a neighbor has a different candidate than you. But to Kimmy's point, if you are going to do something, you're either going to change your opinion on that neighbor or you're going to piss that neighbor off.
Or avoid that neighbor.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It seems that it only complicates things.
I would think so.
It can also start a lawn sign arms race.
And an argument. Yeah, arguments,
Well, he's got 2 signs over there. I want 2 signs over here.
So
he just added another one. Got to add a third.
If you take Culver on a daily basis, when you get off of 490 there, there are these 2 houses right next to each other, right before you get to university.
Yeah.
And one leans one way, one political party, the other leads the other
and
political
they're
party.
side by side.
So I drive by these houses once a week.
So it's got to be the battle of the signs?
Tommy, every week there's 3 more signs. Each
How many
of these
signs are in there?
There's got to be 25 signs in each of these. I'm not exaggerating, and you've seen it. If you've driven by, you've seen it.
That I might get a little enjoyment
But
of.
I started counting week by week, and it just keeps growing and growing, and they are vehemently opposed to each other's ideas. And if they're doing that with the signs to be dicks, these people must hate each other.
Oh, yeah.
And I wonder if there was friction before the sign started, or the fact that the signs now exist is what's causing the friction between these 2 people.
It could be.
Because you can't coexist and have that arms race going.
No, you ain't hanging.
Right?
You cannot hang with these.
You don't want to judge someone's personality based on their political beliefs.
Yeah.
But if we're being honest with ourselves, there are certain political signs you can see in a lawn, depending on which way you lean, that'll make you think differently about that person.
Yeah.
Is that a fair statement?
I would agree. My oldest brother is like this kind of guy.
What do you mean, this kind of guy?
With the signs,
he puts the
politics,
signs up. Okay.
and the flags and all that stuff.
Sure.
He puts all that stuff up. And so did my old man. And I think he got it from my father. And you can always see my brother's house from a distance. That's where my brother lives. based on the amount of signage and flags.
How many signs does he have up?
So he always has, he'll put up political signs. He also has that other dick thing, no trespassing, armed surveillance cameras on this spot.
Private property.
Yes. And because I told you, because he lives at the end of the street on the water, so people come down there to look at the water, and he gets pissed off.
Sure.
So he wants to make sure that, he has a dog, he's got a camera, he's got a gun, he's got the political flags, he's got the political signs. He'll put out the American flag. He also puts out the state flag.
Oh.
The Florida flag.
Okay.
Which I lived in Florida for 20 years ago. That's the Florida flag.
Like in case you forgot you're in Florida?
Yes. Oh, wow. That explains the palm trees and the lizards.
He's a big Florida guy.
So he's got all, when you pull to my brother's driveway, you know exactly where he stands on everything.
How much does it chap your ass that he has more money than you'll ever be able to dream of, and he's junking up his yard in ways that you never would?
And he lives in a really fancy, nice, flashy area, right? But he's got the only one crapped up with all the warning signs to stay away from his house.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Phil. Hey, Phil, how are you, brother?
Hey, how you doing, Duffy?
Good, Phil.
So my fiance got a sign. It looks like a political sign. It says, Jesus, 2024, our only hope.
Okay.
So I put it up last week, and I put it up near the border of my property and the neighbors, just so people could see it better.
Yeah.
And my neighbors didn't know what to make of it. They didn't know who put it up, why they put it up.
It's a miracle.
And they just kind of freaked out, until I told them, yeah, I put it up.
And what they
say? I don't know.
What did they say what did they tell you when you said you put it up?
They said, oh, that's nice. That's nice. They just thought somebody stranger just stuck it in the yard.
Well, that would freak me out. Like if all of a sudden religious signs are materializing in my neighborhood.
Yeah,
because
he wasn't even at the debates.
He's everywhere, man.
Oh, yeah, true.
He's everywhere.
So true.
Yeah, no, Phil, I mean, look, I get it. Like, I would also be weird if all of a sudden, right on my property line, there's 15 political signs.
But that one in particular, that's kind of doomy.
Jesus. Yeah, you're right.
Our only hope.
Well, I mean, it was also Luke Skywalker in Star Wars, right?
Yeah,
no,
okay.
Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm sorry. Phil, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
The doomy one would bother me more than just your political, our last chance.
No, every political sign now says our only hope or something of it,
well,
right? Every candidate.
Making
pushing
it a religious thing.
Pushing it forward like they're doing a 70s funk band.
Yeah.
Pushing it forward. Rubber band man.
Yeah, I guess to your point, if I'm the neighbor, are you trying to send me a message?
You're trying to turn me to
Jesus? You're saying
Jesus?
I need Jesus?
And that also brings up another question,
what's that?
Is religious okay, but political isn't? Because you can also make an argument that we now have religion tied into politics and all that stuff, right?
But I guess, you could make the argument that, holiday decorations can be religious, right?
Oh, they are.
So,
there are people that aren't religious.
There are people that have the
Christmas
menorah
stuff
in the window, or you know what I mean. It's tough to draw a line there.
It's just I just don't get why.
Yeah.
You would open up the bag of Wolverines that is trying to enforce
I agree.
what people believe politically.
Yeah, just let it go.
Look, man, some guy puts up a sign with something extreme on it. I get it. I get it. Have a regulation for that, but look.
But even that guy's got a right.
And that's what's so complicated about this stuff,
he's
right?
got a right to feel how he feels too, right?
You're right. You should have the right to display whatever lawn sign for whatever candidate you want. But you should also be smart enough not to do it.
Yeah.
Because it makes no difference and could actually have a negative effect not only on the people around you, but also the candidate you are supporting. Because you brought up your dad. I think this comes from the generations before. Because my dad was also king of the political lawn signs.
Yeah.
We would have 5 to 7 of them. And now that I'm thinking back on it, our house looked awful.
Yeah.
It was falling apart.
Yeah.
I think those signs had the opposite effect of what you thought they did.
I don't want to vote for whatever that guy's got going on.
There was another interesting tidbit, Tommy, of the story on News 8 last night. Did you know?
What's that?
Some local governments charge a fee to the homeowner or the candidate to post a sign in someone's yard.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
To give them the sign, the sign costs money, or
put the sign in your yard, there is a fee from the town. Now they don't say which places do it. Have you guys ever heard of that before?
I vaguely remember when we talked about this before, somebody calling and saying it did cost money, but I thought it was the cost came from purchasing the sign from wherever you got it from.
That's also kind of funny. Quick sidebar. You know, back in the day, all those signs were free. They would hand them to you.
right.
And now people are paying money to display candidate signs in their yard, which is weird. But going back to the whole thing, like maybe, I mean, it's anti-American, right, to charge someone to display their opinion.
Right.
But at the same time, if you're charging people per sign, it would show you how much they believe in that
how
candidate.
much you're committed.
Because like a $10 fee, that's easy to swallow. You charge me $100, I know that guy really wants you to vote for that person.
All right, yeah.
Fair?
Yeah, I mean, you put your money where your mouth is. And, like, I don't think, like going back to my father's generation, I don't think he even paid attention to the other side. He just looked at those signs. Like,
he's only admiring the things in his own yard.
he only looked at the things that he believed in. Like, if he saw, like, a pride flag, he would think, oh, that guy's selling candy. You know? He wouldn't even, register in his head. Hey, what do you got? Skittles? What do you got?
No, it is funny. It is at the point now, because, like, the American flag has been taken by everybody.
And that used to be illegal.
Which
at one time you could not put anything. You couldn't wear the flag as an outfit or on a coffee mug. That was outlawed.
Look, call me old school.
And that flipped.
It does make me uncomfortable, right?
Yeah,
when
but
I
it's also
see
everything's for sale.
Well, but that's okay. It shouldn't.
Right,
Not
right.
America, buddy.
Right.
Not America. But
Free
look,
enterprise.
my beliefs aside, I don't even know what cause you're supporting now because there are so many different
variations,
black and white and the red and the green and the blue.
Right.
I have no idea. Yesterday or a couple days ago, we're watching the news and there's a American flag with green stripes, but not 13 stripes, and we couldn't figure out where the hell that flag.
What it meant.
What does it mean?
Right.
What does
like
it mean?
Irish Americans, I couldn't tell.
But I've never seen that flag. I'm Irish. I'm as Irish gets. And like, if I can't even identify your cause based on what kind of American flag you're flying out there,
You're only flying it for the other people that support it anyways, essentially.
You're doing it wrong.
Right.
Oh. So everyone just like put your stuff away. It's not doing anything. All right, let's take a break.
Right.
There are fights outside the house. And there are fights inside the house.
Oh, boy.
Look, if you have multiple kids, there are going to be physical altercations.
Friction.
And with that being said, we're going to introduce you to two amazing local folks.
Oh.
Siblings, as a matter of fact, who are about to embark on a world championship try.
Wait, championship?
They've already had success.
You said world championship.
World championship.
The whole goddamn world.
The best in the world.
Wow. And they're here?
Yeah, they're from here. And as great as the story is and as much as you're cheering for them.
This is amazing.
This is like my dream as a kid. Like it would have been the coolest thing ever to know somebody who was in this.
True. But here's the thing. It's a parental nightmare.
Oh.
Because when you have two kids that do physical activity,
it
is fight night every single day in your house. We'll get into it next year in the break room on CMF. There are 2 kids done good from our area, Tommy.
What happened?
Like maybe some of the best in the world good. And even crazier.
Yeah.
They grew up in the same house. But that fact could also make this amazing story a nightmare for mom and dad because, Tommy, siblings will fight and they will argue.
Yeah.
But when those siblings both have a physical sport they play and are super competitive, it's a recipe for disaster. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, again, don't forget, we will have your Metallica tickets before 9 o'clock. So sit tight on that. Just after 7:45, huge game Sunday night. Bills-Ravens in Baltimore.
Oh, yeah.
And as we have the last couple of weeks, we got some bad news right off the bat from Sean McDermott yesterday.
But this bad news turns out to be usually good news.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, so far they've been able to handle it.
It's been a blessing.
Yes, and normally I would be freaking out. And I think I am still freaking out. But, Kimmy, I'm kind of excited to see how far they could push this.
Well, we'll find out.
We'll tell you what we're talking about
All
just
right.
after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
Allow me to introduce you to Haley and Matthew Ra.
So is it brother, sister?
Yes, they are siblings from right here in Rochester, New York, and they are world-class martial artists.
Oh.
Yep.
Jiu-jitsu.
Well, the pair won a bronze Taekwondo medal in Brazil earlier this year at the Pan American Taekwondo Championships.
For some reason, I know that's the big one. I don't know why.
Well,
I know that.
Are we sure it's the big
I
one?
think it's like one of the Super Bowls of that sport.
No kidding.
Is down in Brazil, but it's a Brazilian
Sport.
martial art, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, is Taekwondo? No, I
Or
thought.
is
I thought-
judo?
Ju-
You're thinking of
Jiu-jitsu.
Jiu-jitsu.
That's
I
what
don't
you're
know the
thinking
difference.
of.
I know that everybody's throwing everybody around.
You're the dumbest person I've ever met.
Well, you don't know either.
That's why I'm just giving you information. You jump in. I know that's the Super Bowl. They do all the Taekwondo from Asia in Brazil.
Yeah, they do the jiu-jitsu.
I'm Tommy Muley. I don't know. I mean, all you martial artists, 252 WCMF, is that an impressive tournament? I mean, it's worldwide.
Maybe you went to Brazil to do it.
So they are now representing the U.S. in the World Pamus Championships in Hong Kong.
They're going to Asia?
Yeah.
All right.
You got martial arts. Look, I have no idea what pamus is, but it probably hurts
But if
you.
you're one of the
use
best in the world at it, I'm
Wow.
still impressed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the pair say they are very excited to represent their country and Rochester when they compete in these
And it's
competitions.
also rare to see a brother and a sister competing in the same sport at that level.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That they're both that good.
Yeah.
And like, here's the thing: to have one world-class athlete grow up in a home is remarkable.
Yeah.
You would be unbelievably proud as a parent. To have siblings doing this at the same time is redonkulous.
Yeah.
And it has to be fantastic for the parents to see their kids thriving and succeeding. Also, raising these kids must have sucked.
So what's the biggest issue then?
If you have multiple kids and more than one of them does a physical sport, it's an effing nightmare.
Especially when they're doing the same one.
Yeah. Then how far do you have to travel for this?
I'm not talking about that. I don't mean that because that sucks. But that's baseline now for most parents that have kids that play sports, right? You're going to have to travel. What I mean is this.
What?
Tommy, at baseline, siblings will grow up beating the hell out of each other.
Yeah, these two could really do damage.
And that's just it,
Yeah.
right? When you throw in competitive spirit, training in some kind of physical sport, it makes life for mom and dad 10 times harder.
So you actually have fists of fury.
Yes, in your house.
Yes.
Look, now these two seem older. They don't have an age in the story, so I'm sure they get along great now.
Think of how much stuff they broke in that house.
Tommy,
Especially at that kind of a sport.
thank you. Like, these two learning this stuff growing up, there is no way they did not try it out on each other in the basement and in the living
There's
room.
a hole in the wall somewhere in that house.
Yes. Yes. Like these poor parents having two world-class martial artists close in age in the same house. Oh my God. I'd pull my effing hair out.
Unless I'm guessing that either the old man or the old lady also does
did
this,
it.
and that's how the kids got into it. Like the old man might have been like martial arts guy.
It's possible.
Because usually that's the way it goes.
It's possible, but that doesn't change the dynamic here because mom and dad aren't around all the time. Right? So here's the thing.
What do you do?
Here's your parenting tip of the day. You ready? The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The smartest thing to do as a parent when you have multiple kids is only let one of them do a physical sport. One can play football. That's it.
What's the other kid do?
If you get a wrestler, the other one has to do marching band. I'm serious. It's
but then you got to hear.
Fine. No, look, the horn sucks.
Oh, Pat's mom's there? Blow it all day, I hear.
The horn sucks.
But either way, you got a commitment.
No, it's not about. Look, the commitment's going to happen. Yes, it's about the physical fighting.
You
in your
don't think
house.
somebody's somebody's getting hit with those drumsticks?
Okay, fine. Yes, that's
anything can be dirt physical.
I understand, but the only way to avoid broken bones and urgent care visits and monthly drywall holes until they turn 21 is to only have one physical. And I'll put it this way: my brother and I both played football. We both boxed.
Yeah.
And we beat the hell out of each other. Gloves on, gloves off, right? Like, if you have a kid, if you have two wrestlers, I promise you there have been at least a dozen crying incidents in your house because one got an elbow on the other one's head, pinned to the floor, and wouldn't let him up. Oh, he sure looks dumb. Oh, he sure looks dumb.
Well, can you do like a non-violent sport?
Yeah.
Like, let's say one kid plays football.
Uh-huh.
The other kid does
cross country, tennis,
soccer.
Soccer is
there's kicking and hitting.
Soccer's more physical than you think.
Yeah. All right. So it has to be like track.
Yeah, something where you're
but
not putting your hands on other people. Yes.
I don't think that matters between siblings.
Kimmy, you're right. Siblings will fight.
Yeah.
The problem is when you give them proper training on how to injure somebody
but think
else.
about even sports you didn't play. If you started playing them in your house, like I'm thinking like back knee hockey.
Okay.
Neither of us played hockey, but those knee hockey games would get so out of control that somebody would end up crying at some point.
Everything you're saying is true. But now add the element of these people train physically and know how to do things to hurt you.
Yeah.
Let me put it this way.
Right.
With my brother and I constantly beating the hell out of each other.
Plus the competitive eating.
It devolved at one point to my brother and I randomly punching one another in the arm as hard as we could. Just while, like my brother, I was always bigger than him, right? And a little bit older. So he had to devolve to guerrilla tactics.
Okay.
Fighting,
sneaking.
Yeah, no, I would
Booby traps.
I'd be walking around, all of a sudden he'd pop out of nowhere and just blast me with a fist. And then he'd run away. And I'd chase him, and if I got a hold of him, I'd beat the hell out of him. But if I
Kids are a goddamn nightmare.
How many families do you know, though, where only one kid plays a sport? Because I can't think of many examples where it was just like one sibling that got into sports and the rest were like, nah, I'm good.
You're right.
Even if it doesn't stick, they still try it at some point.
You're right, but maybe it's because nobody's come across this idea before, right? Like,
well, your brother chose football, so you got to pick something else, kid.
So I told you I had this one buddy Al in Florida, and he was from West Virginia, and he had 4 boys, and these were some West Virginia youngins. I mean, they were wild animals. The only way I can describe these kids. Half the time, no clothes on. Like, she would put clothes on them, and the clothes came off, and they beat each other up. They beat up everything in the house. They tore up the house. They would get into pee fights, and they had a public pool area where they would go, and they were banned from the pool area at their complex because of the boys. Because as soon as they showed up, they just terrorized them. And they weren't big. These were when they were little. I haven't seen this guy in 20 years. I don't know what these kids look like now, but Jesus Christ, man. They were a tornado. They were the white tornado.
They're Wolverines. All of those.
They were wild animals.
And, we keep saying boys.
Yeah.
This matters for girls,
I remember seeing
too.
some
How do girls do?
pretty bad girl fights among sisters.
Like, even when they're little?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like, I think that was what I
So
was...
there really is no good kid.
No, it's not that they're not... You can be a good kid and fight with your siblings.
No, but I don't want to hear it. You're annoying
Like,
the
it's
crap
amazing
out of
as a kid what you'll turn into a weapon.
Yeah, you're right about that.
You get creative.
How many brooms my brother and I broke over each other's backs? I'm not even exaggerating. Every broom my mother owned, it was the metal ones, she had a slight bend in it because I smashed it over.
You hit him with the metal
He
one?
hit me with the metal one, too.
Oh,
Even as a kid, like, you would find if there was a zipper on a pillow, that was the part of the pillow that was hitting your sibling in the face.
The worst part is when they'd whip the pillow at your face and the corner would catch you in the eyeball.
Jesus Christ.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about these two siblings from Rochester, Haley and Matthew Raw. They are world-class martial artists. They've already won a bronze medal at the Taekwondo championships, Pan American Championships in Brazil. They are taking off now to represent the U.S. and the world. Pamuse? Kimmy, could you Google what Pamuse is?
How do you spell that?
I think, unless I spelled it wrong. Poomsae.
It's in Hong Kong.
Poomsae Championships in Hong Kong.
A series of prearranged movements in Taekwondo that demonstrate kicking, blocking, and punching techniques.
So it's more like
like a coordinated
like a pose
series, I guess.
I believe they call that a kata.
A kata?
A kata.
It's used for basic training and basically grading your skills.
My brother took karate for like a year. But my mom signed him up for the most busted karate.
Where's busted karate?
He took karate at a closed-down schoolhouse in Chi Line next to Roberts Wesleyan.
It was like Mr. Kim or something?
No, it was Senpai Jim. I'm not even making that up. We went to Master Kim's Taekwondo for the free lesson.
They're all Master Kim, right? At some point.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
That was just the one that I always remember.
That's where everybody went. Was Master Kim's Taekwondo.
Yeah.
We could. I guess we couldn't afford Master Kim's Taekwondo. Ryan went to the old schoolhouse in Chi Line.
So who taught him?
So it was just they were karate guys. They were
right.
just doing it out of the. I think.
Busted,
I never asked for his credentials as a 12-year-old. But the second Ryan started learning karate, my brother, it was just random kicks to the head all the time, just out of nowhere. And that was pretty impressive that a kid of his build could get his leg that high.
A little girthy, yeah.
Yeah. That's a heavy thigh.
So, Phil Mickelson is like a master karate guy.
Is he, or can he just kick really high?
I don't know, but I wouldn't, if you told me, if I saw Phil walk in here, he can kick over a grown man's head. And that don't look like a guy that could do that.
Okay.
Also, the father in Modern Family, he was also in Married with Children.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what's his name? Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
He's also got like an unbelievable degree in martial arts and can also do that crap. And he don't look like a guy that can pick up shoes on.
He played in the NFL.
He did?
You didn't know that?
No.
He was in training camp with the Pittsburgh Steelers, if I'm not mistaken.
Damn.
Phil Mickelson does practice Taekwondo and Kung Fu.
And he's good
as
at
does
it.
every man over that age in their basement.
You're right. If you live in the South, you probably, I'll take Taekwondo.
But that would blow me away if I just saw a regular schlumpy guy that could also do those moves.
Well, there is a long history of American famous schlumps. I mean, Elvis was big in karate.
Yes.
As was Bob Barker.
Oh, I didn't know Bob Barker.
Bob Barker, big martial artist.
Yeah. I mean, guys like Kareem obviously did it, but Kareem was an athlete.
But Kareem's the freakiest one because he's so long.
Tall.
He could kick over my head. You can believe that?
He could walk over your head.
Going back to preventing a sibling from pursuing the same sport.
Yeah.
I also think that's a bad idea only because you talk of sometimes professional athletes will talk about how competitive they were with their siblings and that really drove them to become better at the sport as a kid. Whereas I wonder if you took that away, how many people would really thrive in a sport at a young age if they're not constantly competing with a sibling.
So I think that's an interesting debate to have because you're right. You see that all the time. In fact, you brought up the Mannings. There's a really funny, famous video.
Yeah.
It's when Archie, the dad, was playing in New Orleans, and it's Peyton, Cooper, and Eli. They're in the backyard.
They gotta be little
They're
ones.
tiny, 5, 3, and 2, right?
Right.
And they're all wearing Saints fake kids helmets, and Cooper grabs Peyton's face mask and throws him to the ground, and Peyton throws his helmet off, and he's screaming and crying. He's upset. It's really funny.
Yeah.
Kimmy, we hear the stories about the guys that say they were driven by their siblings because they got famous.
Right.
But I also would have to assume you could do deep psychological damage to a human being.
Yeah.
No one that's in the NFL is going to be
You get a little bit of both.
But I mean, you hold these people up because those are the ones you see on Sundays. You don't get to hear the Sunday conversation with the dude that works at Paychecks that still won't talk to his brother because one time he threw a glass at his head.
Yeah, true.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's impossible to know. I would love to see that study. I hope it's not long-term
It can't
damage.
be good. It can't be good.
I mean, because my brother, we're competitive, but he's he's a sensitive soul.
Yeah.
He's not a competitive guy. I wouldn't say me beating the hell out of him. I think me and my dad drove each other more competitive-wise than me.
So you don't think you did any emotional damage?
Oh no,
to your
I think
brother?
I do. I think I did.
I know you did.
Oh, shut up! You come in here and I grew up with the kid. I shared a room. I can make fun of him. You just beat the hell out of him. You monster. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Jillian. Hey, Jill. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. What do you got?
I was the youngest of 4. My other siblings really didn't play anything. I was the one that was in volleyball and softball and things like that.
Okay.
I used to come home with this beefy, ever-living crap out of my brother.
She's still laughing about it. How old are you now, Jillian?
47, and it's awesome.
Okay, you're 47, and you're laughing about beating the hell. Did they ever fight back, or they let you just whoop on them?
Actually, it was funny because one of you mentioned you went and ran after your brother, and he took off. That's how my brother was. He'd go and hide in the bathroom and close himself in. But I'd wait outside with a broom just to do it all over again.
See, I'm not the only one broom
I think I
assaulting.
got terrorist.
So, Jillian, so now that you're all adults, Has there been long-term effects of you beating the hell out of your
Does
brothers?
he still hide from you when you walk in the door?
Oh, absolutely. It turned me into the black sheep and everything.
Okay, so then if you could go back and change it, would you have been less violent with your brothers?
If I could go back, I probably know more now of better things to do. So, no, I think I would have just hurt him a little harder.
Okay, all right, Jillian.
She would have
No
improved.
regrets.
No regret.
Jillian, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. I'm going to say this based on Jillian's call.
So she didn't toughen anybody up.
No, she didn't.
No.
63% of all siblings have hit another sibling with a broom.
Okay.
63%.
Or a hockey stick.
A
Or
hockey stick standard.
Or
that
a
happens.
lacrosse stick.
No, I'm
whatever.
saying-
But
you got.
everybody's got a broom.
I'm saying specifically brooms.
Yeah.
63% of all younger siblings have been hit with a broom.
All right.
So maybe get a Swiffer if you're a parent now.
Those probably hurt too.
But you can
Yeah.
unscrew them and like put the pieces in different parts of the house.
Okay. Well, now you just have a club.
Let's take a break. It's not great news yesterday from Sean McDermott.
Uh-oh.
And look, the team that the Bills play this week, it might be the worst news that we've gotten of the four.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I'm taking your advice. Trying to be more calm as a Bills fan, right? And I think I'm not alone. Part of me wants to see how far they can push this.
Okay.
And we'll get into it. Tell you what happened next year in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's not good news.
Oh.
You want these guys, especially against this team, ready to roll.
But
I mean, it does give the Bills an opportunity to keep doing something that, like we talked about yesterday, is inexplicable. And am I the only one that kind of wants to see how far they can push this thing?
okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, don't forget, Metallica tickets before 9 o'clock. Yeah. And it is Wednesday, coming up just after 8.
A little hate.
That's right. Hate Mail of the Week. We told you a story about a man who was arrested after police say he put his hands where he should not have while he was working. And I didn't think anyone in the room was going to defend this.
No.
We have learned over the last, decade, whatever, doing the show, that no matter how awful an accusation is, someone will stand up to defend them. However, I did not expect in a story where a woman gets her ass grabbed for a woman to defend the suspect.
Gary Grabs.
We'll read you the letter just after 8 o'clock here. Hate Mail of the Week in the break room on CMF. So Sean McDermott, Bill's head coach, does his first press conference of the week yesterday. They ask about injuries, and right off the bat, before even the first practice, he announced that team captain and linebacker Terrell Bernard, along with best nickel corner in the NFL, Taron Johnson, will not play Sunday night against the Ravens.
So that's the guy with the arm injury?
Guy with an arm and a guy with a pec.
All right, so they're still out.
Yes, they will be out. They're not even... I mean, it's a little alarming, Kimmy, that they're not even going to let him try to practice
I thought
once.
maybe they'd be like at practice and then maybe label them as questionable. But the fact that you're right, they've already made the decision that they're out.
All right, 3 games in. This is the most dominant team in the NFL.
So far.
Both sides of the ball.
Knocking on wood, everybody. Knocking on wood.
All right.
Yes,
so why put them out there right now if you don't need them?
Okay.
Well, I guess we're going to find out if we need them.
See, now I wasn't nervous, and now you're making me nervous with your stupid take that you got right there. Because you always need them.
Yeah.
Didn't need them the last 3 weeks. You've not needed these men.
Okay. There's this idea from NFL fans that you can just sit random star players because, this game is a game you can win and you wouldn't need them. And that is so wrong. Do you know, the underdog record over the weekend was 800. You realize that, right? It's any given Sunday for a reason, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
That's why they play the games. So you do need Terrell Bernard and you need Taron Johnson. But somehow the Bills' defense is winning without them.
But maybe these other guys are better than you think. Because you're thinking, he must not be very good. But they don't know till they put the guy out there.
Now, that's a fair statement. That is a fair statement. And we have seen over the last couple of weeks.
Step it up.
Whether it's the talent these guys have naturally or the scheme that they're being put in, it's working. So like any other season, Kimmy, I'd be freaking the hell out right now. You got Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, right, that are going to run and throw all over you.
And I kind of thought they figured Derrick Henry out when they were playing Tennessee. They were starting to shut his ass down.
It's a totally different team, offensive line scheme.
All right. He's still a big man to bring down.
He's very scary.
He's
anywhere still a guy you have to prepare
400 pounds.
I mean, look, if there was a week you were going to get nervous about not having Taron Johnson or Terrell Bernard, it's this week. I mean, Lamar Jackson's a 2-time NFL MVP.
Yeah.
He'll be the first real mobile quarterback the Bills defense sees this year. And again, if that's not tough enough, terrifying human Derrick Henry, who Tom Brady loves talking about his workout regimen.
And his body.
He does have a pretty impressive body.
Well, he has a big body.
Obviously.
Just say it.
Obviously, you want to win every game you can win. But I think with the way the Bills have started out, you feel like, not that you could take a gamble with this game, but you feel a little bit better about seeing what you got.
I don't like that talk. I don't like that at all, Kimmy.
But you are. I mean, you don't have your most talented guys on the field.
You've already crushed the soul out of 3 teams. Like, you took Arizona and you just completely took the gas out of it.
You're coming off a high right now.
You literally shut down the Dolphins, maybe for the season, by taking out their star quarterback. And last week, you destroyed Jacksonville for the rest of the season. They'll never recover from that loss.
Okay.
A Monday night embarrassment.
Okay.
So 3 games, they have totally turned into the 85 Bears.
Oh, my God.
Well, are you saying?
Yeah.
Wait.
And over the 3 games, that's the 85 Bears. They just completely dominate the game. They push people around, both sides. Josh Allen did whatever he wanted to do, and that kid didn't even look tired.
I know. My take coming into this discussion was I'd normally be scared, but now I want to see how far they can push this with the no-name defense and how successful they can be. And then when you started talking, I completely abandoned what my thought was. Now I'm nervous. Because when you have a take, it means it's wrong.
It's okay to be nervous. You should be nervous going into this game with what you got. You should have been nervous on Monday night going into that game.
They weren't.
With what you
Josh
got.
Allen did not look nervous. He didn't even look concerned.
I'm talking more about like being a fan watching these games.
Like that guy gave me so much confidence to know that they were just going to win this game.
Yeah, but Josh doesn't play defense.
Yeah.
Those guys didn't look sweaty either.
Didn't look sweaty? What are you checking out the sweat report?
Oh, yeah.
Or am I sweaty man?
Sweaty meter.
Could Derrick Henry take his shirt off so I can check the sweat report, please?
Well, I do have a question. So let's say they go into this game and the defense is just getting run over, right? Are you going to feel okay if they lose?
No, well, I don't want to lose to the Ravens.
You don't want to lose to them, but like you'd understand why.
Well, yes, but like you don't want to lose an AFC game to a team that could all of a sudden turn around and now you're fighting for a potential wild card or a seeding.
I know.
This is an important game.
It is.
So here's the thing.
What?
As we have this discussion, and you're the ultimate confidence, Tommy.
And Baltimore's kind of up and down. They come in sometimes hot,
right.
They're cold, sometimes they're a disaster.
They're 1-2 right now.
Yeah.
But they've also shown that all of a sudden they can go on a run.
Even the games they've lost have been close games.
Their head coach, John Harbaugh, he's a good NFL coach.
Oh, yeah.
So
nice family.
Vegas tends to think that these players are valuable, super valuable, because despite the Bills being 3-0, despite, like you said, them blowing out their last two opponents in prime time, your Buffalo Bills are walking into Baltimore Sunday night 2.5-point dogs.
I think it's the jaded fan in me too. I'm like, all right, which one of these are they going to lose? And you're just kind of waiting for it.
I don't think Kimmy should be allowed to say words for the rest of this break because you're making me really sad and scared. I'm really sad and scared.
I mean, it's okay to feel that way.
The Bills are underdogs for the second time in 4 games on the road. That did not happen the last 5 years. So I know you're very confident.
Based on what I just watched, yeah.
And I get why Bills fans are confident. I'm also confident too. But you know the degenerate gambler that I am. Vegas sees something they don't like.
Yeah.
And that makes me nervous.
It's Derrick Henry because he's such a monster to bring down.
He only had one good game and he ran for 155 yards last week. The 2 weeks before, it was a hum-ho performance.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They got it.
Shut up. Okay.
Can't beat Baltimore.
2-time MVP.
It's a city with no identity.
What are you talking
Well, but it's
crab
also-
legs,
If
football?
Baltimore ever was in it.
The
Baltimore's
Wire?
worse than Philly for an identity
Oh
crisis.
my
The
God.
Bills have had
What are
Baltimore's
they?
number, but every now and then you don't, unless you have like complete dominance over a team, every now and then they're going to give you a good game. You know
All
what
right.
I mean?
Well, I guess we sit and wait to see when we get back Terrell Bernard and Teron Johnson. And it's also going to be interesting, too, because like there's been guys that have played really well in substitution. Jamarcus Ingram, the guy who's filling in for Teron Johnson, he's played out of his mind. He's the one that had the pick 6 against Tua.
Okay.
Right? He had a couple of more passes defended on Monday night against Jacksonville. I don't want to see that guy go back to the bench, but you have the best nickel corner in the league coming off, so what do? You got to find a way to get him back out there somehow.
Yeah.
I want to watch him keep playing, unless everything goes to hell on Sunday, in which case, come on back to run.
Take a seat for a little while.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. You know what that means.
Oh, it's time to hate.
That's right. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. And I don't understand how someone could have the take this person has written in a letter.
What are they taking?
Well, I mean, the take is, well, what did they do to ask for it, essentially?
Yeah.
It would make more sense, Tommy, if this take was coming from someone of a certain age and a certain gender. But the fact that a woman wrote us this letter.
That's strange.
But here's the thing. I guess, Tommy, we've also met women of a certain age that have this take and will openly say this.
But it's almost like they've been brainwashed.
Is it that?
Yeah, because what's in it for you? Like, why would you be pro this? What is this? What is this doing for you? Nothing.
A woman who is arguing that a woman who was grabbed against her will, according to police,
get a handful, boys.
may have deserved it?
Yes.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You could ask 10 different people
Yeah.
what they think is an appropriate way for a man to approach a woman that he's into, and you may get 10 different answers.
But there's a baseline that we all should know.
Bingo. You would have thought this move would be universally frowned upon?
Yeah.
Okay. A man was arrested after all. But it turns out not even this is something that everyone has a problem with. And what makes this discussion even more bizarre, Tommy, it is a woman.
That's shocking.
That is making an argument in defense of this man we told you about.
Rebel way.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. All right. Metallica is coming to the Dome in Syracuse. Tickets for that show go on sale Friday. 10 a.m. at Live Nation. No, I'm sorry, I had it. Here we go. All right, livenation.com. We have those tickets before you can win them. I have them right in front of me.
You're going to give them away?
Yeah, I am. You know why? Because I live to give.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give you a knuckle sandwich. If I were you and you want to go see Metallica, I would sit for just a little while. Stop calling, Carolyn. We have caller ID. Not now.
All right.
Not now. A little while longer. Wink.
Hey, you know that knuckle sandwich?
Yeah.
Why don't you apply it to your face
What?
with the winking?
Oh.
Oh, I'm back in. I'm kidding. I'm back in. I don't know. We'll get you those Metallica tickets in just a little while. Stop calling Dan here in the break room on CMF. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. And about 2 weeks ago, we told you a story that came out of Canandaigua. A 53-year-old maintenance worker at an apartment complex was arrested after police say he had a hard time keeping his hands to himself. Authorities say he was called to the complex to help a woman with an issue inside of her place. And while he was in there, and it sounds like he was just with her alone, he's accused of grabbing her ass. He grabbed her ass, according to police, in the year 2024.
Palm to bum.
You got it. What are you, Paul McCartney now? Those are the only details we have for this story. But, Tommy, they seem like enough details to know, if the allegations are true, not a good move.
Yeah, no.
Fair?
Yeah.
Pretty cut and dry. Don't grab ass. Makes you a monster creep at best. At worst, some kind of predator.
Yeah.
And here's the thing.
What's that?
Having done this show now as long as we've done it together, we know that no matter how bad the behavior of somebody is, there will be someone that will stand up to defend them.
Yeah, but usually that person has like a thing going on.
What do you mean by a thing going on?
It's a dude. He has like a dude thing going on.
A dude thing?
It's a dude thing.
The letter we have in our hands
makes no sense.
It's going to blow your mind because the last person you would expect to come to the defense of this suspect is a woman.
That's shocking.
Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, defending, putting your hands on ladies' bums, as Tommy said it. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
I heard a story your show did a few days ago about a man arrested for pinching a woman's butt. In my opinion, there are not enough details in the story to make an informed decision about whether or not this man should be in trouble. We don't know what was happening inside of that room when the incident happened. We are not privy to the conversation, what she was doing, if she was flirting, how she was reacting to whatever he was doing. I'm also surprised that a pinch on the butt is something that someone can be arrested for. What harm was done? If you don't want it, then tell him, and that's the end of that. It feels like to me, this man now is in a bunch of trouble he doesn't need to be in, and it could be because all he did was read signals wrong. You wouldn't arrest a man if he asked a woman to do dinner and she turned him down, right? I've never seen a woman call the police on a man who asked to buy her a drink at a nightclub. I'd like his side of the story before we make a final judgment, and I think your show needs to be more responsible before dragging someone through the mud. Sincerely, Whitney.
I agree with Whitney. I would love to hear that guy's explanation of why he grabbed that ass. Logically, he grabbed that ass.
Allegedly grabbed the ass. Okay, so first of all, Whitney does say in this letter that she's never seen a man get arrested for asking a woman if she'd like a drink. And so it's obvious she's never gone out with Tommy Muley. That being said, I want to be clear here. There would be an argument to be made if she wrote this letter and said this man was not convicted of anything, right? These are just accusations.
Yes.
You can't say that he grabbed her ass, which is true. We didn't. They're just accusations. But that's not what she said. She's assuming in this letter that he did what he's accused of. The issue is not, it's only an accusation. The issue is, what was she doing when he did it?
What message was she sending to that man? Right? What vibe? What was she wearing? How was she positioned? Were they flirting?
I'll tell
Pardon
you.
me, ma'am. Mind if I grab your ass?
No, but here's the thing. That would have been 1,000 times more appropriate than what if this man is accused of. Because if he asked her, can I grab your ass? Yeah, the dude's a creep. But he asked.
Yeah.
Don't do it. But
Still inappropriate.
Yes.
But he didn't just assume.
Tell me if you guys agree.
That's it.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. That letter I heard from Whitney is essentially her wondering, was the victim asking for it?
Right.
Oh, yeah. That's
Fair?
exactly what she was saying. And
Okay.
she thought she put it into politically correct terms for some reason.
Oh, well, okay. Let's try and build a profile on Whitney here.
All right.
All I'm saying is that there are two sides to every story.
And two
But I'm
sides to
kind of
that ass.
But I'm kind of believing one over the other through this letter.
All right.
All right.
Let's build a Whitney profile.
All right.
All right. Are we going to assume that she's older?
An older Whitney? Okay. But 45-ish?
I would
To
think. I mean,
55?
look, I assume that everyone who writes us letters is over 55.
But Whitney's a young name.
Is it?
Well,
How old would
maybe
Whitney
for
Houston have been?
you.
Oh, yeah. She'd be my age.
I think there's more Whitneys, older Whitneys than you
Okay.
think.
All right, so she could be my age.
Okay, so-
Old ass Whitney.
I had her over 60, but I could be
Okay.
wrong. I mean,
But still, you couldn't do that. My generation couldn't do that
Right,
without getting in
right.
trouble
yeah, I know.
or fired or whatever. And I've seen it, and I will say this. It happened a lot at the old building on the old show. And I don't mean just on the show, but like salespeople, all that stuff. It was pretty loose.
And to your point, I would think an older Whitney has dealt with this potentially herself. So I would think you'd be more understanding towards a situation
Yeah.
like this, you know?
Okay.
All right.
So I guess the question is this.
What's up?
And again, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If we go with let's just go with over 60 for the sake of the
Yeah.
conversation, all right? How many women of that age hold the same belief that Whitney has? The percentage of women over 60 right now
Yeah.
that if they were told this story, a maintenance worker goes into this woman's apartment to do some work and is accused of grabbing her ass, how many would ask if she was asking for it
Right.
before chastising the man?
All right.
Give me a percentage of your
Women,
thought. Women over 60.
They kind of can kind of see it happening. And
Well,
like
yeah,
they'll
she
be-
was, she
flirting
what
with
signs
you.
was she sending? What was she doing? What was she wearing?
Okay, I would say maybe 30% of women my age.
You think it's that high?
Yeah. I don't think I said that high, really.
Thoughts, Kimmy?
I would think I would think it's lower only because, again, like maybe they lived in a world where they felt like
In a world.
men could, felt like they could do whatever they wanted and it wasn't right. And something that they wouldn't want to happen to their daughters, or younger people.
Okay.
So I would think it'd be lower than that. I would hope it would be lower than that.
I didn't think there was going to be
Yeah.
one person willing to do, well, okay, a guy maybe, but not a woman, not
Yeah.
a Whitney.
Yeah.
Not a Whitney.
But maybe the older generation, they don't. I don't get it because, like, let's say you are a 6-year-old woman and it happened to you back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
You probably didn't feel good about it.
So let's break it down further then, right? Like,
Right.
as we talk about this woman, Whitney, who writes a letter after this man in Canandaigua was accused of grabbing an ass of a woman whose apartment he was working in. And she essentially writes a letter saying, well, we didn't know
Yeah.
what she was doing before he grabbed the ass, which, again, he's just accused. For women that have this take,
Yeah.
has something like this never happened to them? So they assume all women who this happened to are
that
like
could be,
loose
yeah,
women?
they don't have
Oh,
a firsthand
alright.
experience or know somebody that it's happened to, or maybe they knew somebody it happened to and they made a judgment on that particular story.
Okay, so that's a possibility. On the other side, you have women who would have this take that it did happen to them, and they just decided it's not that big a deal, which I guess is your personal choice.
Yeah.
And there are women that have used that as a coping mechanism too when things like that happen to them, because they try to downplay it like it wasn't a big deal, or
they're
maybe,
embarrassed.
Yeah,
Sure, which
yeah,
is
it could-
understandable.
yeah.
But even like past, and I get what you're saying, you're right, but past
Yeah.
that, maybe there are even women who this happened to them and they didn't think it was a big deal. If it's that, just because you're okay with it doesn't mean any other woman would be okay
But
with
they
it.
probably think, "I'll get over it."
But why?
I don't know.
Why though?
I don't know.
Because like you and I, we're not men that like to be touched,
No.
right?
No.
I could.
And I have a juicy can.
Yeah, you've been described as having a
I
juicy
got
can.
a nice juicy can, especially back in the day. I had a cute tush.
Nice clipper.
Oh, I had a sweet thrower.
Check out the clipper on that cadet.
I had a nice high dumper on a short boy.
Nice high dumper on a short boy.
High dumper on a short boy.
Is my favorite Ribs Arkansas
He
song.
had a high dumper on a short boy. Man, he got passed around like a little toy.
For God's sakes!
That's what he said.
I forgot where I was going with this. Don't try me like, oh, well, I had to rhyme.
Well, I had to bring it home.
I had no choice.
I had to bring that little tush home.
Now you're doing ZZ Top. I totally forgot where I was going, and I thought I had a really good point. Damn it. You idiot. Okay, so here's the thing.
What's that?
As we talk about this woman defending... okay. Women in their 30s, 40s, 50s, right? And as I wait for Kimmy to get off the phone.
Kimmy's age, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Like, do your mothers and grandmothers think this way? Like, Kimmy, you know your grandparents. You know your mom. I've met your mom.
Yeah.
Do you think your mothers and grandmothers have this take?
I don't. Mine personally, no.
No. Okay.
What about
But
your
you know,
granny?
but they. Oh
Granny
no,
Fanny?
no. You don't want to mess with Ursula.
You ain't kidding.
No.
You don't mess with Ursula.
Yeah.
No, but they may know women that do. I'm sure like they could think of examples of people that they know or knew that may feel this way about other women.
The reason I ask that is there's a tendency for beliefs, even if they're not common anymore, to get passed down through generations. So, like, if 30% of women over 60 do have this take, if your theory is correct,
Get over it.
Yeah, get over it, or what were you asking for it, or whatever. That would also, in theory, mean there are way more women in their 20s, 30s, and 40s that have this take because they grew up around grandmothers and mothers who...
Yeah, but you think they would have learned outside of the house by now. You don't put your hands on people. It's not funny. It's degrading.
You would think you'd be scolded by other people at this point.
You could get sued. You could lose your job.
Yes.
Like probably back in my day, you wouldn't lose your job over that.
Okay.
But now you're going to lose your job, and you could get arrested. Like there's a lot more potential damage long term to doing crap like that.
And what's funny about that argument is you're right. Everything you're saying
And that's
is
what
true.
you got to pound into a kid's head.
But that shouldn't be the argument. You're right, but that shouldn't be. The argument should be, hey, you see that? That's theirs. That's their body.
Yeah.
You leave their body alone.
You don't assault it.
Yes.
Right.
And I guess what? Okay, I remember what I was going to ask you before you started
What's that?
doing tall, tight clipper, Ribs Arkansas.
Yeah, you're missing tight set.
Ah, darn.
Yeah,
Next time.
You're going to want to go back and listen to that because we might need it Friday.
Yeah.
If you were living in an apartment, and I asked this completely seriously, right? And a guy walks in, even a woman, whoever, you're having a conversation, all of a sudden they get a big old handful of your ass.
Yeah.
You can't tell me you would just want to let that go.
Right.
Now, you may
be shocked.
You may be too embarrassed to tell anybody, right? But you're definitely not going to be okay with it.
Right.
I wouldn't be okay with it. Even if it's someone smaller that I wouldn't feel physically intimidated by, that would bother me.
Oh, yeah. They would creep you the F out at base level.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, Kimmy, let me ask you this question, and I ask this sincerely, right? Because you're the only one in this room. Well, I mean, he's vulnerable, but
Yes.
we talk traditionally.
I got you.
Let's say single Kimmy, live in an apartment, same situation, maintenance guy walks in, you're having a conversation, you turn around to go grab something, he grabs you on the ass. Would that be something you would call the cops about?
I don't know if I'd call the cops just because I personally wouldn't want to deal with it. But I'm definitely not calling that guy again. And if he works for a company, I may call that company and be like, hey, this happened.
Okay.
He does have good aim.
Because, I mean, like...
Yeah, like I think I can understand why somebody would call the cops, but for me personally, I would just want it to be just
Yeah,
like,
how do you explain it to the police officer?
Well, I mean, it's assault.
Yeah.
Oh, what happened? Well, can we talk in person?
Yeah, seriously. He's standing right here.
Yeah.
No, but I guess what I'm getting at
Calling
is...
that guy's boss for sure.
But let's say an old lady grabs your ass as a joke.
Yeah.
Like you're in a mall or something, and
A stranger.
let's say she's like 85 years old, and she pats you on the ass.
Yeah.
Like, would it disturb you?
It would disturb me. I
But
mean,
you kind of get it though.
no, why
would you? Why would
would I get that?
She's
you
an old
get
lady. Maybe
about
that's
it?
how they did. She probably raised
That's
kids.
how she.
Oh, I'm
No, but
sorry.
she could have
Wait.
raised kids. She probably did it to her grandkids, and she
Oh,
tapped you on the.
So she's
Well, is
tapping
it
him on.
sexual,
Yeah,
or
you're
is it-
you're
No,
not
it's like she tapped you on the ass, say,
Oh,
"Hey,
okay. I mean,
come
I
on,
guess-
man, you move out of the way," and she smacks you on the
I
ass.
guess context is everything.
Yeah.
If it was like a romantic
If
ass
it was like
touch...
a little,
No.
She lingered a
It was
little
like
too
a
long.
granny giving you a spanking.
Okay. I mean, I am doing kettlebell swings, so, I mean, it's high and tight right now.
He's got no, no, but I mean, I guess there are social situations where you may not even bother you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Whitney put on a blazer and sat down across from us here in the break room.
Yeah, you don't. Would that bother you?
I don't like.
She tapped you on the ass. Hey, buddy, get out of the way. Let an old lady through. She's like one of those broads.
I would assume she missed and hit my ass by accident. If she intentionally touched my ass, I think that would bother me.
That wouldn't bother me.
Okay.
Even if an old man taps a woman on the ass, like, come on, honey, move out of the way.
It was only a matter of time.
it's demeaning. I get it's demeaning, but I guess he's from that. I guess because he's from that generation where that was acceptable.
Okay. No. It wasn't that long ago.
I wouldn't call it.
I was going to say, I think you're giving too much of a pass to guys older than you. I think they know better.
But would you want to make an issue of an 85-year-old guy doing that?
It depends. I mean, look.
Well, he's wearing Depends.
Let me ask you a question. Same thing. You talk about what was socially acceptable, and I don't mean to bring this super serious, but that 85-year-old guy also would have come of age when me and my wife, it would have been against the law for us to get married.
That's true.
So for him to have that, hey, you shouldn't be race mixing. Why we want to make it a big deal about an 85-year-old guy? It changes the take. And by the way, that guy having that opinion isn't putting his hands on anybody.
I know.
Now it's somebody else's body.
I guess when I look at old people, I just kind of give the old people pass.
Yeah. The horrible thoughts you have. Here's a pass for you. Hey, go sit on that bench and feed the ducks. Unless they're colored ducks.
No, but nature's going to take them out anyway. They're going to be gone.
But it is funny you still have that take on old people when you're getting closer to being that old person. I would think your take on older.
Well, that's what happens when you get close to the end. You start giving yourself a pass.
But you never.
The guy's 65. You don't even know anybody.
But you've never had those takes, and that's what's so strange about it to me. That's what I mean.
I guess because I see my dad.
I understand, but your dad would be 100.
Right. Your dad is older than those old people.
252 WCMF. Let's take one call. We've been rambling. I'm sorry. Again, we're this letter from Whitney. She writes in regards to a story we told you 2 weeks ago about a maintenance man in Canandaigua accused of grabbing a woman's ass in her apartment while he was working in there, saying essentially, well, what was she doing to deserve the ass grab? And if it happened, let's talk to Johnny. Johnny, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, man? Yo, hey, I got the answer to the Whitney profile thing. I think you guys totally missed it.
Okay.
Entertaining, but off topic.
Thank you.
Hey, so she wrote you a letter, right?
Yes.
Very articulate, probably an older female. Here's my take. She knows grab an ass guy. And good for the grabbing Whitney is trying to send some love his way so it's not all darkness.
It's very possible. It's very possible.
Yeah, man. Because ain't nobody. Listen, I'm almost that dude's age, and it is nobody's grabbing butt. I mean, we all know. And no female is cool with a guy showing up at night with a tool belt. Well, maybe. But grabbing that ass when it's not wanted. So I think she knows him, and she's sending love his way.
Decent take, John. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. That guy's charming enough. I'd think about grabbing his ass. I'd ask permission first.
To his point a little bit, I wonder if she does know somebody, maybe a guy who was accused of something.
Right.
So she's seeing that person that she knows personally in that story. I don't know.
And you say accused. I mean, of a certain age. Granted, we just brought up your dad would be 100 now.
Yeah.
Right around, right? But your dad did this back in the day.
I have photos of my dad doing this to relatives of my then wife's side, my second marriage.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So your mother would defend him.
Oh, she thought it was funny. But I don't know. But I don't know if I could ever get an honest conversation out of my mother how she really felt because she was playing her role.
She's making an excuse for somebody she knows through this letter.
Understood.
Yeah.
But, okay, I get it.
I mean, I like to think my mother knew my father was a jerk, but she was locked in, and that was her take.
Okay, but that could be a coping mechanism for you.
Obviously was. Yeah.
No, I meant for you to think that your mother was a better person. Your mother could have had the horrible opinions your dad did.
Well, my mother had horrible opinions. A lot of bad opinions. Yeah, maybe so.
All right. Let's take a break.
All right.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It's time.
Oh, it is?
That's right.
Oh, my God.
Metallica. Whoa, coming to J.
I could grab your throat right now.
I'm trying to tell them where they're coming. Will you let me speak clearly and tell you where they're coming?
Where are they coming?
The J.M.A. Wireless Dome in Syracuse, April 19, 2025. Courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at livenation.com, but you can win them before you can buy them. 252-WCMF, 252-9263, the eighth caller. And it's someone very special.
Oh.
Going to see Metallica in Syracuse, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, eighth caller. Best of luck. Mm-hmm. Be nice to Kimmy from your friends here at the break room on CMF. This man was arrested for doing something we didn't know was illegal. It sounds like it happened outside a concert at Darian Lake.
But we didn't know it was illegal?
I wouldn't imagine someone would be arrested for something like this. Now I sound like Whitney. That being said, I don't blame this man for what happened. I blame his friends. And we'll get into it next here at the break room on CMF.
Ballin' and all free ballin'. Free ballin'.
Most energy he's had all morning. You got so excited. Okay. In my defense, you rarely get excited over anything.
Well, it's free balling, man. One of the classics.
I thought we agreed we'd never play that song again.
It's a classic tune.
It's a great song.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when you add balls to it.
Isn't that your recipe for everything? They say, Tommy,
yeah,
you are your brother's keeper. And I want you to remember that sentence while we tell you this story.
What happened?
When it comes to stuff we've seen people arrested for, this is pretty low on like the scary list.
So it's kind of petty?
Not even petty, just strange. And you can make an argument this isn't even his fault.
Oh.
Because I would argue this man was arrested because some other dudes dropped the ball.
So what'd they do?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we have our winner for the Metallica tickets. Kimmy, who's going to see Metallica?
Carrie.
Carrie,
Hi, I'm Carrie. I'm here for Metallica.
James Renfield, Lars Ulrich, and Carrie. I believe we will have more tickets for you tomorrow.
Oh.
So if you did not win, have no fear. You'll have your chance again tomorrow. Please stop calling. I see you, AJ, Wendy, and Carolyn. Carolyn's been calling nonstop.
I don't know how accurate this caller ID is.
Doesn't matter. I'm saying your name anyway. So come on back tomorrow. Have another chance at Metallica with your friends in the break room on CMF. Tommy, the story comes from Darian Lake.
What happened?
And it feels like this may have happened after a concert. Police arrested a 19-year-old man, and they charged him with disorderly conduct for, and I quote, you ready? Engaging in fighting stances and striking passing cars.
Okay. Engaging in fighting stances.
Yes.
But he was hitting cars?
Was he doing karate moves?
It sounds like he was
Kicking
doing
cars?
karate moves and striking passing cars. By the way, that quote is written in the police report.
Right.
I get striking cars being illegal. Is it
Fighting
against the
stance?
law to be in a fighting stance?
Somebody needs to arrest Phil Mickelson.
Like you're going to
then.
stand there and I'm going to knock that car out.
No, like if I just walk up to somebody, I'm like,
Yeah.
have I broken a law?
I don't think so.
Well, I mean,
Is it threatening?
It-
I don't
I
know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Menacing.
No, but that's not the charge.
All right.
The charge is engaging in a fighting stance. Because, I mean, I guess...
Fighting stance, you could be swinging even though you're not.
No, that's throwing a punch.
Yeah, but you didn't make contact. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't know that would be illegal.
That's what I'm saying. Right? Because I guess if you have a gun on you and you just show someone the gun in the state of New York, that is menacing.
Yeah.
That's against the law.
Right.
And I guess if your fists can be used as weapons, if I just show you my fists...
What if I shake my fist at you?
Ooh, that's borderline. What were you saying when you shook your fist?
Go away.
Why
You're under
I oughta.
Why?
You gotta go away.
So anyway...
I'm surprised, there's no alcohol charge here. Because when I hear those two things in 19, I would think he's drunk and underage.
Maybe there was so much going on with the fighting stances and the car striking, according to police, that they just left that one. So he's got a court date coming up. No news on whether or not the cars he struck will be testifying against him. And if the allegations are true, look, it's the right call, right? You can't do that, although it's not the worst criminal we've ever covered.
No.
In fact, you can make an argument that these charges aren't even really his fault.
Oh. So what do you think happened?
If this was after a concert, and maybe this guy had too much to drink, like you were saying.
Yeah.
This charge is on his friends. It's not on him.
So how did the friends play in?
Look, if he were with his buddies, it is their responsibility to get him out of a fighting stance.
Oh, get him out of there.
Get him away from
Once
the cars.
Once the poses start to show up, that's when you know.
But you can also be so sick of him by the end of the concert. You can be, you know what, man? Just go do your thing.
Still your fault.
Still
your fault.
You've never bailed on somebody after a while, you're just done with this.
Okay, look.
Well,
yes, I have.
once a buddy starts to destroy property, I think most people are like, well, he's on his own now.
Okay, look, there are people that believe that. Those are called bad friends.
No, but I told you, I had a buddy that was coked up, and it was after one of my comedy shows at a bar.
Wait, by the way, again, your fault because he needed to do coke to get through your comedy show.
He kicked windows out.
Yeah, but you are a self-admitted bad friend. I'm not blaming you for your buddy's
But would you hang
actions.
out if you had one of your girlfriends just start punching out windows?
I'm out.
Also a bad friend.
I know, but I think it's too far
You're
gone
out of
at that
control.
point where I don't want to be on the other end of the punch.
Look,
I don't want you in my car kicking out windows.
I understand, but that's your buddy, and
No.
sometimes you got to do. Okay.
I'm a bailer, man.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Look, I understand your take. I'm just letting you know that take makes you a bad friend.
Yeah, but you're going to put yourself in a bad position.
Understood, but
And I can't. And if you told me this story, you were out with a buddy of yours.
Yeah.
And then, I tried to give him a ride home. He tore up my car. What did you think was going to happen?
I'd be pissed. I would not.
No, but you deserve it.
Okay, fine. Fine. But I'm still going to try and be a good buddy. Look.
Some people you can't help.
Sometimes you need your buddies to get you out of a spot. For whatever reason, the alcohol, the emotion, whatever has taken over you. And the collection you are with needs to make sure that you don't do something so stupid that you end up in handcuffs. Like, if a group of guys go out and one of them ends up arrested, I think I blame the group more than I blame the guy arrested with certain circumstances, of course, right? But,
so do I got to go down to let's say a buddy gets arrested.
Yeah.
Am I responsible now to follow him down to the police station?
Yes.
And bail his ass out?
Yes.
No effing way.
You're gonna
man.
okay. We go out. Let's say we go out and we go to some jazz club and we're listening to Jimmy Flakesophone.
Flakesophone? Yeah.
Some rich dick that we're at the jazz club. And I get up and I'm drunk. Let me tell you something. And I get in a fighting stance. Let's charge one. One charge.
Yeah.
Punches get thrown. Guy drops. I get arrested.
Right.
You're gonna just go home?
Yeah. What am I supposed to do?
You know my wife.
All right. So I got to go down to the police station. I got to bail your ass out.
Yes.
Then I got to drive you home.
Yes.
And that sucks. Like, you've never driven home a buddy that was was getting bad from his old lady?
No,
when they got home.
No, I haven't.
I told you, I drove my buddy Al home. His wife started beating him up with the diapers he was supposed to bring home 6 hours ago in the front lawn. And we had to watch it, man. It was so humiliating.
Oh, you didn't laugh. You felt bad.
Oh, I had to laugh.
You didn't have to watch it.
We had no choice. We're backing out. By the way,
backing out very slowly to see how this ends.
You ain't watching that. Your buddy getting beat up by diapers.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let's say me and your husband, we go out.
Okay.
Right? We have a grand old time. And same situation. Your husband's a mad, cool dude, but something happens, whatever. He gets arrested. And I call you.
Yeah.
And I go, hey, listen, I just got home. Your husband, he's in jail, and the bail is $500, and you got to go get him. Have a good day. I'll see you Monday. Bye. Are you pissed at me?
No, I don't think he's your responsibility.
That's a pretty cool woman, right there.
She's the only woman that feels that way.
Okay, here's the difference. I guess unless you were a buddy where I knew that for whatever reason, bad things always happen when you were with this particular buddy, then I'd be pissed. I'd be like, no, you probably caused this in some way. But it's somebody who you've never had that interaction with my husband before. I wouldn't put it on you to be responsible for my husband.
I understand that it is not lock solid.
Yeah.
But I thought every man, and I know it's hard to have this conversation because I don't have a man in the room with me, that when you go out with a buddy, short of him dying, he comes home with you. And if he doesn't...
This is ride or die jerks.
I mean, I wasn't thinking like that, but now
that's what that means,
ride or die.
die.
Ride or die, baby.
Okay.
Yeah, I ain't
more
a
ride than dying.
I guess for a first-time offense, maybe you're a little bit more responsible. But if you just have a buddy that just does something like this every time, or you always have to worry about him getting into his own trouble, I would not blame you for being like, all right, man, you're on your own.
Well, no, in that case, just stop hanging out with him. If you go out with him, you are responsible. And I'm with you there. There are those guys. And eventually you get to a point in your life where it's like, I just can't deal with him anymore. I'm not going. But if you make the choice to go, his ass better be in the car on the way home, no matter what happens.
All right, so let's say I take...
Let me just recap real
then
quick.
Go.
252-WCMF.
That's not called going out. That's called babysitting.
So then don't go out with him.
Yeah.
So then don't go out with him. 252-WCMF. 19-year-old man arrested at Darian Lake. Sounds like it was after a concert. Police charged him with, and I quote, engaging in fighting stances and striking passing cars. And I'm saying if this kid was drinking and he was there with buddies, this is not his fault. It's his buddy's fault for not getting him the hell out of there.
All right, so I got roped into taking out on the old show. Somebody's family was in town. Hey, you go out and drink. Take him out and drink.
Okay.
Right, so I take the kid out, right? The kid gets a couple of drinks, and I don't really know this kid. He turns into an ass. And I take him to one of my favorite bars. Love these guys at Bar 10. I think you grew up with a couple of these cats.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Good dude.
Great guys. This kid's an ass. And they throw him out. And I was fine with it.
What, you stayed?
Oh, I stayed.
Is this dude from out of town?
He's from out of town. He had to get a cab.
Oh, you are such
Because,
a
I was like, and I completely disassociated myself from this kid. I go, hey, man, I got roped into this. They go, we want him out of here. I go, you guys got to do what you got to do. And tossed him. And I had to explain next day on the show why he showed up at the house in a cab. because I wasn't going to deal with him.
Yeah, you're a bad person.
No, I'm not a bad person. First of all, I'm doing you a solid. This kid is an ass.
You gotta leave with him. You want to go back after, fine, but you got to get that guy home in your car. Nah.
First of all, I just ordered a drink.
Boy, get out of here.
Yeah, I'm not.
Bro, you knew those bartenders. They would have put it behind the bar. You could have come back and finished it later.
No, I'm a bailer, man.
I know you're a bailer. That makes you a bad person.
No, but it also leaves your evenings free.
Yeah, and then the rest of your life free because no one wants to hang out with you.
I'm fine with that.
To your point about, you can go out again after. No, like I think once your buddy makes that move and you decide I'm going to be responsible for him, your night's over.
Yes.
Okay,
I don't know.
And then you got to explain it to other people. Like the next time you go into that place. Yeah, what was the deal with that guy? And I'm like, I don't know. Now it's on me.
Well, here's the other problem with a guy like you, too. Like, you sit here and you try and play, like, oh, man, I'm just trying to have a good time.
Yes.
Like, I'm cool. I'm like,
I just want to relax and have a cocktail.
No. You're like every other guy.
Oh, wait.
You're like every other guy.
Oh, yeah.
You're an instigator.
I'm an instigator.
You're an instigator.
I didn't even notice.
No,
Instigate.
In this particular instance,
Yeah.
we're not.
All right, when I instigate.
I've gone out with you. I've hung out when all of us jackasses get together. We start running our mouths. Blah, blah, blah. Big mouth radio.
Yeah, but you're King
jackasses.
Run.
What's that?
You're King Run.
Oh, I'm King Run.
Yeah.
Where do you think I learned it from? I learned it from watching you. You are a guy who will instigate someone into doing something stupid while drunk, and then when they do it, go.
Occasionally I have a little fun with a guy, but they take it too far.
So here's I'd like to propose a new law with election season around the corner. Any of you candidates listening can steal this.
New legislation.
New legislation I'd like to propose.
The Tommy Act.
If you egg on a buddy who then does something to get arrested,
But they take it too far.
who then does something to get arrested, you should also face charges. You are your brother's keeper law.
All right, so let me ask you a scenario.
Okay.
We were at a mutual buddy, big fat ass, kind of dumb, but we love this guy. We were at a town in Toronto, and I challenged him to a foot race. I said I could run back to the hotel faster than that, right? And neither of us are in shape, right? So I say, go. He puts his drink down. He starts to run out of the bar. He literally knocks over this display going out the door, and he takes off.
Wait, he runs away.
He thinks this is an actual challenge.
So you weren't going to race
So
him.
he was not
No.
looking behind him.
My ass cheeks didn't move, man. So he got in trouble for knocking the crap over because he came back in realizing that I wasn't behind him. And I was like, don't look at me, man. You're an idiot.
What do you mean don't look at me? You did that.
How do you actually think that was an actual challenge? I was going to chase you down to the hotel, see who could run fast.
Were you both drunk?
Oh, yeah.
So that's why, you idiot.
Well, apparently he was drunk and stupid,
Okay.
where I was just on drunk and being a jerk.
Okay. So, yeah, how do you sit here and say you're not an instigator? How do you sit
And
here?
by the way, if you were sitting there, you would have laughed your ass off because you know the guy.
Fine. Yes, you're
May
right.
he
I would have
rest in
laughed
peace.
I would have laughed my ass off. He's dead now, too. Look what you did.
I didn't kill him.
Are you sure?
Donuts and alcohol did that.
You should be doing life.
Bro.
You should be doing life with the new You Are Your Brother's Keeper law in New York
Tommy
State.
Act.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes. Such a bad person.
It's so funny, though, man. Anytime you watch a fat drunk guy run.
Look, there are people you can mess with and you'll be totally fine.
Mm.
There are other people you shouldn't mess with. For example, head coach of the Detroit Lions, Dan Campbell.
That guy's a beast.
Don't mess with that guy.
Yeah.
You should
He
never,
looks like he could play.
He did play.
No, he looks like now he could
You're
play.
right.
He's
You're
not a
right.
kid.
You're right. Dan Campbell is moving.
But where?
He's buying a new home.
Okay.
He's been forced to buy a new home.
Oh.
Did you guys see this
So
story?
does he live in Detroit or does he live someplace else and then coaches in
No,
Detroit?
I mean, I'm sure his family lives in in the Detroit area. And
Yeah.
we know this for a fact because something happened last year that makes the place he lives no longer safe.
Oh.
What?
But the fact that people did this to this man,
Oh, man.
I don't even think you need the cops to handle what could have gone down because are you out of
How
your...
is this not a big news story?
Well, it's in the break room. It is a big news
Oh,
story.
yes, all right.
And we'll tell you all about it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. if you're someone willing to do this, you're already an idiot.
Oh.
But of all the people whose home you would show up at to give them a piece of your mind after you believe they failed you as a sports fan, this man?
Wow.
This man!
He is frightening.
You're hanging out at the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Dan Campbell, the head coach of the Detroit Lions, is a character. And I think I love him.
Oh, he's great.
Because, like, not only has the team turned around, and it's great for Detroit, there's always that kindred spirit for, like, Lions and Bills fans, right?
It's giving Eminem something to do.
Dan Campbell, the former NFL player, he's like a sensitive, super tough guy.
He wears his emotions on his sleeve.
He
no
does.
matter what
He's loud.
he's feeling. Yeah.
His players love him.
Yeah.
He did that press conference when he got the job about biting kneecaps and crawling off the ground. And if you've seen him, you know he's a horrifying man.
Yeah.
He looks like he could rip your arms off and beat you with them. With that in mind, last week, Dan Campbell and his family moved into a new home.
So they sold their old place.
They sold their old
place. The old Campbell estate?
You got it. It was just outside of Detroit. And they were forced to.
He's got to live in a high-end area.
Yes, he does. Yes, he did.
What was the issue?
He was forced to sell the home after security concerns made the house dangerous.
So people found out where he lived?
And it's how they found out where he lived. After their loss in the NFC Championship game, a fan was so upset that they shared his address online for people to come and find him.
What a dick.
That is, yeah.
So yesterday...
I'm surprised this doesn't happen more.
Well, I mean, it would be really hard to find out where people live.
I would think, though, in certain... I
Those
would think in Buffalo, you know where everybody lives.
Yes.
Yeah, we found out where Josh Allen lived during that snowstorm because that guy showed up with the tractor.
Well, yeah, but it was his next door neighbor.
Right, but you kind of got an idea then where he lived.
Like, I remember visiting one of my friends in Buffalo, and she was, like, pointing out where, like, not only where Bills players lived, but where former Bills players lived, you know? Like, I think it's just... But that could just be a Buffalo thing based on the size of the city.
So we found out about this story over the weekend. Yesterday, we found out who is allegedly responsible for putting out his address online. A classmate of his teenage daughter who was upset with the way that he coached the game, put out the address.
Wait, that kid that knows his kid.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Of all of the coaches...
Thank God Detroit's not a violent city.
Of all of the NFL coaches whose house I would not want to go to.
Go knock on that door.
Like, I get why he wants to move, right? He's got kids.
Yeah,
like,
he's vulnerable.
You feel all unsafe,
He's
right?
a target.
Yeah, you can't ensure the safety of your family. But, like, if there's one person on the planet whose door I'm not going to knock on and be like, let me give you a piece of my mind, it's the 6'5", jacked, 280-pound, insane Dan Campbell.
Yeah, like that Miami coach you'd go after.
Oh, 100%.
Because, you know, he's very fast on his feet. That kid just going to run away.
No, let me be clear, obviously. Don't go to anybody's house, right?
Yeah.
But if you had to pick an NFL coach, it's not going to be Dan Campbell.
No.
There's 31 other NFL coaches. There's not a head coach I would be more afraid of than Dan
Yeah,
Campbell.
he might top the list. I can't think of anybody
because
else.
the guy's jacked.
Yeah.
Just a big dude.
Former Titans head coach Mike Vrabel, he's not in the league anymore. He would have been a scary one. I wouldn't have messed with him. Gerard Mayo, he was a former NFL player. He's the head coach in New England. I wouldn't want to mess with him, right? But all the rest of them. I mean, Sean McDermott, wrestler, he looks like he can handle
that
himself.
guy's in shape, man.
He is, but he's also, like, smaller.
Yeah.
But he looks like
got
he'd
shot.
want to have like a pleasant conversation with you. Like, tell me what's wrong. You know what I mean?
And all of
even
a sudden
that
he
Jets
shoots at
head-
your knees and you're in a figure four.
But even that Jets head coach looks like he works out like a fiend.
I forgot about Salah. Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
little
I mean, he's
intimidating.
doing like stairs and stuff before the game.
I feel like that's an act, though. Like he wants.
He's still doing the stairs. I don't care if it's an act. He's still climbing
capable.
stairs. And he looks like he's in shape.
But if you were to put all of them in like an
Give
octagon,
me a fat Don Shula to push around.
if you were to put all those head coaches in an octagon, you know, Vrabel, Jared Mayo, Salah, Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell is walking out of that
Still
octagon.
Oh, he's the
out.
biggest guy.
Like I really somebody Jeff just wrote us Antonio Pierce, former NFL player, also scary Raiders.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But like I almost wish Dan Campbell would have stayed put because I want to see what would happen if a fan knocked on his door and was like, "Let me tell you something."
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think it would be the scariest if he just stood there and stared at him and didn't say anything. Because now I don't want to know what that guy's going to do next. I'm going to leave your porch now, sir. Have a nice day.
You know, there are some NFL head coaches that are currently working that have a history of violence.
Really?
And you've ever heard the story about Jim Harbaugh, new head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers?
Yeah, he was at Michigan.
A little
What'd he do?
wacky.
It's his way back, buddy. Jim Kelly.
Right. Jim Kelly.
So let's come back with me. We'll tell you a story talking about Dan Campbell, head coach of the Lions, had to move after a classmate of his daughter allegedly leaked his address to his home after their loss in the NFC Championship game. Which, by the way, you're the Lions. You've made it farther than you've ever made it before in your history. You're pissed?
Yeah.
So there is a story.
Yeah.
That back in 1996. When the Baltimore Ravens had just moved to Baltimore, Jim Kelly had retired, and there was word that the Bills had pushed Jim Kelly out.
All right.
The Ravens called up Jim Kelly and asked him if he would like to play for the Ravens.
Oh,
now, this is all hearsay, so that may not be a fact.
All right.
Also up for that Ravens job was quarterback Jim Harbaugh.
Oh.
And he ended up getting that gig. Jim Kelly either passed on it or they went with Harbaugh instead. Jim Kelly started working for ESPN, doing coverage, and for some reason, they had an issue. And the rumor is Jim Harbaugh punched Jim Kelly in the face while he was working for ESPN, and Harbaugh was the quarterback for the Ravens.
Really?
If you want to Google the story, I'm sure
but
there
it's
are
not documented. There's no proof.
There's not rock-solid proof, but it seems like some people in the know witnessed it happen.
Really? I can't imagine Jim Kelly taking that off anybody, man.
I mean, we don't know if he got back up and went. We don't know if Harbaugh ran away. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a story. That's the story. I've been told that story by multiple people.
Wow.
But again, it's a rumor. So
okay.
I don't know that's
all right, so beware Jim Harbaugh.
But that guy seems nutty enough where he would pull that move, Kim.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
But I don't know how
definitely
big he
seems
is.
like he's capable of punching somebody in the face.
I mean, he was an NFL quarterback. He's got that gut now.
Yeah, but he's got the
big
Omega.
old Harbaugh gut.
But he's just kind of one of those guys that's known to have like a,
temper,
outgoing personality, kind of like, loves to put himself out there in many different ways.
He looks like a guy where like you start having a beer with him, Jim Harbaugh, and you'd be like, oh, this guy's nice. And then in like 10 minutes, he's like, well, here's the cult that I'm in. And it's like, whoa.
Yes.
Oh, he flips.
The khaki cult.
Yeah. It's called a key. No, that's not
good luck.
No, it's not.
But the only coach I can think of that had a confrontation I remember is that Bobby Knight shotgun one where he was shooting up that guy's house, and Bobby Knight was such a dick. Like, he just went into Bobby Knight mode, which I'm guessing it's not an act. Like, Bobby Knight's Bobby Knight 24/7.
And to your point, even the coaches that come off as good guys, look, you have to have a certain type of personality to do
coach.
this gig, right?
Yeah, you're a control freak.
And you are in charge of 60.
Yeah.
What do you? I mean, I guess like strong-willed personalities, right? Mm-hmm. So maybe all of them, if you get them alone, even Coach Skateboard down in Miami would be willing to give you a run.
He started swinging that skateboard around.
I mean, bro, he played at Yale. He did play ball.
Played at Yale, bro.
Did he play at Yale or did he go to Yale?
He played football
He did
at
play
Yale. You
football.
want to Google? I'm almost positive.
All right. That makes sense though with that kid.
Are we gonna? I mean, look, I don't like the guy, but it's kind of hard to be like, oh, you were an Ivy League student and athlete.
I get it, but still. Like, when you look at all the other guys, he does look like a weakling.
Yep, great. Played wide receiver at Yale.
There you go.
Never caught a ball.
Let's take a break.
All right.
We talk about being tough. You want to think that you're a survivor.
Sure.
That if something were to go wrong, that you would be able to handle it. You would be able to strive. It would be tough.
You can make it work.
Yeah, eventually you'd come out okay on the other side. And something that Tommy saw this week proves that's not the case. Because, look, man, we are all spoiled, right? Even folks that are having a really rough time have it way better than a lot of other people.
Yes.
And proof of that is in some tragedy going on the other side of the earth. Because these people have been given some relief.
Yes.
And the relief they got made Tommy and I realize we would die immediately.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next here with the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. You want to believe you're a survivor.
Yeah.
That if things really go whatever way, you can make it work for you and maybe your family.
You got grit, man.
Yeah, but something Tommy saw made he and I realize we're overestimating ourselves. Because when you've got just a handful of things, you need skills to make those things work. And those skills are things 99% of us, no matter how tough you think you are, don't have.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Do not forget.
What are we doing?
Do not forget. Well, first of all, we have more Metallica tickets to give you tomorrow.
All right.
We gave them away already today. Who's going, Kimmy?
Carrie.
Carrie's already going. You go with Carrie to Metallica. So Metallica tomorrow. Also, this time tomorrow, because of special post-game Tuesday yesterday, we will do our very first ever Thursday edition.
Well, I got a shot at a Thursday Star.
It's possible. The first ever Thursday Star, if we get one, of Where They Whinin'.
Right.
Tomorrow, 9 o'clock, Where They Whinin' on a Thursday here in the break room on CMF. So there's a lot of floods going on.
Oh, yeah, around
across
the world.
Right? And there was a country between the Middle East and Europe.
Yeah, you know. And it was hard times.
Tommy is so good at following the news and bringing content. He comes and goes, hey, I saw this story.
I couldn't remember what country.
What country? Oh, no, it's one of them over there.
Well, right now you can't see it anyway. It's underwater.
So they're flooded right now.
So they're flooded. So the UN's got some stuff going on right now. All the big wigs are down there doing their speeches. So this one dude's getting up there, and he's giving like a recap of the day at the UN.
Okay.
And they're talking about all the relief they're doing around the world. 'Cause that's one of the UN things they do, right?
Sure,
They provide food. So they're sending out this care package to this poor country that's completely been devastated by floods. And, man, they're sending in some nice stuff to feed the folk.
Oh, great. What are they getting?
It's like a triple header.
Okay.
Yeah.
You get, for free,
Okay.
they're sending over flour, lentils,
Okay.
and oil. Like, that's a thing that I'd be excited to get in my flooded out house.
Flour,
Does that go
lentils,
and oil.
Oil. That's it. And this is like a care package for relief.
And this is what's going to feed you.
Right. And don't forget, like, my house is flooded.
Yes.
Yeah.
My town, the country's flooded.
Sure. Yeah.
And this is what they're going to drop off at my house.
Okay, first of all, I am kind of getting like a hint of like you want better stuff when the UN may have to supply food to like hundreds of thousands of people.
But I don't know what to do with this.
So let's talk about that.
All right.
So Kimmy, you said maybe that stuff can go a long way.
Yeah.
Very possible.
So how?
I don't know.
What do I do with a bag of flour?
So the two of us, Tommy and I, we sat in this room yesterday while you were out of the room.
Yeah, I was not part of this conversation.
We sat in for 10 minutes and tried to figure out what you could make with just flour, lentils, and oil.
And what did we come up with?
We came up with nothing.
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Because I don't even know, are the lentils dry, I'm assuming, right? It's not even going to be like a can of lentils that we get like at Wegmans. So I'd have a bag of dry lentils.
Can I make a confession while we're on the lentils thing? What's a lentil?
It's like a bean.
Are you sure?
No.
Yeah, because I think he's right. Because I think that's what, like a lot of like vegan vegetarians, it's in a lot of those dishes.
No, I mean I've had lentils.
Is it
in like
rice?
a
Is it a
soup.
bean? Is it a cross between a rice and a bean?
Oh, it's a Bryce.
Bryce.
Is it a lentil?
I think she works down the hall in the country station.
No, a legume. Is it a legume?
That's a nut.
It looks like a little bean.
Yeah, legume's a nut.
No, legumes can also be things like lentils. Google is.
It almost looks like a seed/bean. A
Is it a
crossover.
seed? Is it like quinoa? What's quinoa?
Well, guess what? It ain't coming.
Will you Google, Kimmy?
Yeah.
Are lentils legumes? Also, what is a legume?
It's okay.
But if it's
a
dry,
lentil is a high protein pulse that is dried and then soaked and cooked before eating.
What's a pulse?
I don't know.
I don't know.
By the way, now we're starving and we're flooded.
Okay.
And we're dying. Because now I have 3 pointless items.
It's from a plant.
Okay, so it's a vegetable? All right, I'm sorry. I've
Well, it
already.
ain't meat.
The lentil is an edible legume.
Ah! What's a legume?
Hey, we having legumes for dinner.
Okay, so the
You got any
argument,
flour at all to go to the legume?
the argument that Tommy and I got into, Kimmy, while you were out of the room, is could you make bread with just flour and water? And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because you say no.
I thought you needed like eggs and stuff to make flour.
I get that would make that
like
better
to
bread.
make like a bread.
Okay, but like,
Can you make
Okay, you can make bread, it says, with... This can't be right. You can make bread with flour, water, and oil?
wow, looks like they nailed it, didn't they?
But it's got to be really
Yeah, of course it's going to be
bread.
horrible, but you're starving to death. You're just giving them stuff to not die.
All right, so we can make bread. But what do I do with them dry lentils?
You put the lentils in the water, and then you put the lentils in the bread because that's protein.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right, hold on, wise guy.
Okay.
It's flooded.
Yeah.
We probably don't have any power.
Okay.
So we'd have to have access to fresh water.
Yep.
To make this.
But they're probably bringing you water with the care
package. All right, so but I didn't say that. They didn't say jug of water. It cuts off at all.
I would guess the UN brings in like a centralized
the
water
big truck.
location. Yeah. But
all right, so then I got to walk 5 goddamn miles to get a gallon of water.
You're actually swimming because you're flooded.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. All right, so then we got to heat everything up. How are we heating it?
Okay, so that's just it. You would also have to know how to make a fire.
With what?
Stones. Somebody's got to have a lighter. There must be one 7-Eleven.
What are you lighting it? What are you lighting to make fire?
You would have to gather dry things to make a fire and then cook your bread over an open flame.
Okay. Keyword here.
Okay.
Flood.
Not every.
I'm guessing we ain't got no dry wood with Flood Town. So now I've got damp wood. Supposedly you have a lighter and you were clicking
matches.
Stones.
Okay.
Like, we're so dead.
Look, we're dead. I agree with you. Like, you can make bread, but we're going to die.
But we didn't know that. And we wouldn't know that because we'd have no internet.
You're right. You're right. But I would just start mixing things. I would take the bread in the water and be like, okay, let's just see what happens.
You mean the oil in the water? Or the
flour in the water to make bread and just see what happens. Okay, here's what we're getting at here. And I see you guys on hold, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. The idea of self-sustained survival has gotten really popular the last few years.
Oh, sure.
Like, they'll pitch you emergency food rations on AM radio and those crazy podcasts.
Patriot food. Freedom cans.
No, Freedom cans. Your mom was there? Because those are free for everybody, buddy. America, your mother's breasts. They're in everyone's face. My mouth was on her own.
Jesus.
Get dumped. What? There are thousands of YouTubers that want to show you how to live off the land. They're on TikTok and Instagram, too. Some of them claiming now they're completely off the grid, despite the fact they have a camera and Wi-Fi to post a video that you watch. There's almost, Tommy, this romantic idea.
Yeah. Harken back.
Yes, that these folks, if the world were to change in a flash all of a sudden.
We're frontiersmen.
Yes, that these people would be thriving, and they can show you how to do it, too.
I would be as dead as a French bulldog.
Yeah.
Agreed. But, Kimmy, when you see these influencers, because you've seen them online, do you believe that they have the skills to survive?
I mean, they have more skills than I do. I mean, they do, I guess, figure out some way. But
are you sure? I always feel like those are set up.
Yeah, but I guess you still know enough to make the bread or make whatever it is. I mean, it may get you by a little longer than it would me.
The guy's wearing makeup.
Yeah.
You can tell me how to be a survivalist?
I'm guessing he's copying somebody else that he saw.
And like that, you brought up like Patriot food. Like, you have a website I have to go to, right?
Right. I know.
Not exactly living outside of modern convenience.
But I'm a bad example because I know myself and I know I'm a quitter.
Well, but no, you're talking about survival.
Like, I don't even know let's say, I wouldn't know where to begin.
Yeah. I wouldn't even know where to start. Like, what's the basics that I even need, And
I also don't want to kill myself or my family if I'm doing it wrong.
Okay, but then you're gonna die starving to death. So I mean, it's better, I guess.
Well, at least it's not on me.
You'd rather die and be like, not my fault.
Yes, much rather.
We're all dying, and this is probably on you guys too. All right, here is my question.
All right.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
You're going to get some real men talk now.
With this story Tommy has of the UN dropping in flooded countries right now, lentils, flour, and water as a care package.
No, oil.
Oil, I'm sorry. Lentils, flour,
you
and
get
oil.
no water.
Could you survive on just the basics? And we can admit here, those 3 items we just named would be tough for us. Plus, we don't really cook with lentils a lot in America.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with them.
Let's say you had access to your entire pantry.
Oh, okay.
How many things, with the items you have just in your pantry, dry goods, could you make with no stove? And then how long could you make your pantry that you have right now last? Because how long it goes also plays a big part in this.
All right. So just with like the standard stuff you think people have in there, like peanut butter,
pasta. But you wouldn't be able to heat it up.
But you would have
some canned tuna, maybe. You got some.
Well, your mom's there again? No, I mean, like, you would have flour and baking soda.
All right.
Like,
Stuff
you would
to
have
bake.
that stuff. Everybody has that stuff in the
I don't know
pantry.
what to do with baking soda. I've never used baking soda.
Bake.
I also don't know. What is
I don't know.
baking soda do?
It's in some
What does it do, though?
baked goods. I don't know. Does it
Thank
help
you,
it rise or
baking
something?
soda.
Does it help it rise? No, that's yeast.
But I think it does do something like that.
And if you let it rise too much, you get an infection. It's true.
Boo.
Don't stand over your stove, ladies.
Or a muffin will pop out.
I mean, like, I started thinking about this last night. I went and looked in my pantry.
Yeah.
And my family's dead in 3
I
days.
was gonna say, like, you can only, your canned goods only take you so far.
But canned goods are easy because you can eat them cold.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
that's
you'd have to
cheating.
have, you'd
All
have
right.
to have like you'd have to have it stocked full.
All right, let's do it this way. Let's say you even have access to a grocery store, but the world has changed. There is no more prepared foods. No restaurants. Wegmans is not making subs
So
or
there's no fresh
calzones.
meat.
All you can do is buy ingredients to make
things.
food. Could you walk into Wegmans and find something to make on an open flame with just ingredients? And mac and cheese from Kraft is cheating, and hot dogs are cheating. I'm talking about you got to put
What about
ingredients
just noodles
together.
and butter?
What
I
are
could
you,
live off of
6?
noodles.
Noobles and boo-boos? Yeah, you are 6. Mommy, I want some noodles and boo-boos.
I could live off of noodles and butter.
Okay, so you couldn't. You would eventually get sick. You're going to be missing nutrients.
Yeah, but you're going to be missing nutrients with most of the stuff you're going to make.
No,
'Cause
but
I'm
that's-
assuming you can only make 1 or 2 things.
Because it's mostly going to be like starchy stuff like rice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Noodles. What else would there be?
Well, I mean, like, you could take stuff to make bread. You could grab flour and baking soda and stuff like that off the shelves. There are other foods. I mean, there are people listening right now who can whip up things with just a pile of ingredients sitting in front
But
of
I
them.
wouldn't know how to make bread in a skillet. Like,
Oh,
I
you
can
can make
understand, like,
skillet.
you baking bread, like, but to take the oil and the flour, let's say you could do that.
Sure, yeah.
And you could combo that, and you could make bread in a skillet. I don't know how that works. Like, you're not pouring it into, like, a bread mold and put it in an oven.
You could
Is bread that much
like,
more?
you're just, like, you like stir it till it turns into bread. Hey, not bread yet. Now it's just this murky, oily, floury thing.
How do they make unleavened bread?
I don't know what unleavened bread is. That matzah?
Yeah, flat bread.
That's like a cracker.
It's bread, though.
But I don't think they make it in a skillet.
No, I
with
don't know.
oil.
I'm asking how they make it. So do you have to, like,
I think
design
they bake it.
Okay, I understand.
I think they roll it out.
You could probably build, like, a little makeshift
flour,
stove.
water, and salt.
Wait, you're now building
No, I'm
stoves?
by
saying,
the
like,
way-
take, like, just something to hold the heat in.
Why is bread any different, really, than like eating pasta every day?
No, I get it, but you at least get the lentils for protein. And
I
other
just don't
things.
think. I
okay,
just don't think you could do basic bread, your unleavened bread, with your makeshift oven.
Look, man,
now.
I'm telling you. Look, I'm not saying it would be good, and I'm not saying that I would
It
be
would be
successful.
horrible.
I understand, but here's the
And
other.
I got nothing to dunk my bread in. I got dry lentils. What you call this living? Bolivia, wherever the hell you're flooding.
How do you not know the country? You watch the whole
Bro,
story.
it's like there's so much flooding going on right now. We're like in flood season. It's like monsoon time.
You know what's weird, though?
What?
As we talk about this, knowing that we would not be good at
Right.
this. If you found out a way to make just unleavened bread
Okay.
with water, oil, whatever,
Yeah.
lentils, right? It would suck
Oh,
for the first couple of weeks.
yes.
But then it would be the greatest thing ever. It would be one of those weird things where the longer it goes, the more you would love that same
Like it
thing.
become
you were
my
eating.
norm?
Yeah, and
you
not
look
only
forward to it.
it's all you would have, right? Like if that's all the food I had, even though it's the worst food you've ever had in
Yeah.
your life. Like we've also seen, like in tough times in America here. I mean, tough times compared to what
Yeah.
flour, oil, and lentil is.
Right.
There are some foods that are invented to save money and
Out
to
of necessity.
Yeah, that live forever.
Oh.
Like for example, chip beef on toast.
Okay. Spam was another one.
Spam. There you go.
It's nothing but snouts and ass.
There's food that we eat on a regular basis now that was invented because it was cheap and easy and people didn't have any other
Yeah,
options, and
yeah.
sometimes it just sticks around.
All
So
right.
maybe you would find yourself.
But send me a slab of bacon. At least something I could work with.
Well,
How
you'd
are
be
you-
good. You got a garden at your house. Got plenty
Yeah,
tomatoes.
but
It's
that only
underwater.
lasts that lasts like a week. And by the way, if there was if you had some kind of like devastation,
Yeah.
your garden's underwater. It's useless.
You got
Yeah.
floating cucumbers.
That's why they're sending you. That's your fantasy. I think that's why they're
When
sending
you
you
get that one in there,
I thought we were just talking about like I don't know, weird end of times.
because of the floating cuke. Pat will get it
No, okay, you're right. Even if it doesn't flood, Kimmy,
Yeah.
that garden's going to sustain my family for a week.
at best.
Yeah. And what am I going to eat? Raw cucumbers?
Hey, you make it too easy.
So I didn't mean to. I just realized it came out of my mouth.
I could put tomatoes
Take
in a
small
lot of
bites.
different
I don't
stuff.
want you to choke.
We were saying,
I said I can make a lot with tomatoes.
You can make stuff.
What are you gonna make with
tomatoes? Toasted tomato sandwich sounds delicious.
You don't have a
we're
toaster.
making bread too, right?
You're gonna make bread and toasted tomatoes in a skillet.
I don't know. I thought we were making stuff in a skillet.
So you're gonna take the tomato, put it on the matzah, and that's what you're gonna eat.
Mm-hmm.
Matzah tomato.
Yeah, I could eat that.
I mean, that does probably cost like $12 at like some high-end bakeries.
Yeah, I can't imagine eating dry bread all day.
I like matzah.
Yeah, but usually you get something on the matzah.
No, I like just plain. I mean, yes,
that's
you're
a cracker.
Right. No, but I never had it before. My grandfather, my father-in-law is Jewish. He had bought some when he was in town the last time, and I had never had it before. And I was like, oh, I've been missing out on matzah.
Okay.
I mean, it's not something I go out of my way to buy, but I think I could live on matzah
for a little while. Be like living on saltine crackers.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but
you got no tomato soup.
Will you?
Crumble it. I can't eat a cracker without I got to crumble it or do something with it. Put a piece of cheese on it.
But you eat the most base. I would think you would have the easiest time with this because you don't do dips. You don't do like.
I like hummus.
You eat everything pretty raw.
I don't. Why?
He does.
Oh,
you can hear him crunching on his snacks over there.
Why?
I was crunching last night. It was really raw. Raw dog.
For God's sake, wait, where was the raw dog that you were smacking your lips?
That's how tasty it was. Ate the whole thing.
I don't think you're saying what you think. 252 WCMF.
I'm still making you uncomfortable.
252-9263. We got tweets coming in. Again, we're talking about this story Tommy saw in the news. As he put it, a country between Europe and the Middle East has been flooded. And the UN is dropping off a care package to help these people survive.
Yeah.
The package contained flour, lentils, and oil.
That's it.
And Tommy and I in the room before the show yesterday were trying to figure out what we can make with this stuff, and we came up with nothing.
Right.
So you were talking about making bread in a skillet. Christina writes us, you can make bread in a skillet.
Okay.
Kimmy, can you Google a recipe for skillet bread?
Well, somebody else said you can make pita bread and naan.
I like me some naan.
Same
more
ingredients.
Middle Eastern bread.
So that
and Asian bread.
It kind of narrows down where the flood was, huh? Lentils and Middle Eastern bread.
Okay.
How do you not?
I don't know what country. There's like a million countries.
I could have just said in the Middle East.
Constania. Was that Constania?
What, the city of Rochester when it comes to you on the radio? God, I hate you so much. I hate you so much. Got me I'm doing bad jokes now, just trying to hurt you.
It's like one of those countries that every building is like kind of pointy. You know what I'm talking about?
Kimmy, what do I have to do to make? Do you like fry it?
I don't really know what you're asking. Like, what do you mean? How do you make it?
Like, could you Google recipe
well, if it's
for
a skillet
bread?
You're basically frying it.
You're just putting it in the skillet. You're putting the dough in a skillet.
So it's like making
fried bread.
It's like making a pancake.
We're having pancakes?
No, you can't make
lentils and pancakes.
Would lentil pancakes be good?
No, it sounds disgusting.
Potato pancakes are good.
Yeah, but usually you get stuff with it. You got no butter, and by the way, you probably get like crap oil. You're not getting like good olive oil.
You're upset with the quality of the oil that the UN is giving you when you're dying.
It's gonna be some kind of base ass oil.
Okay, bro. Potato pancakes are fantastic
They
just
are
on
delicious.
their own. No, I don't need sour cream. I don't need applesauce. I don't need butter. I'll just eat them straight up.
We did watch you eat a plain potato the other day, which was very strange.
But there's certain things sour cream just screams it needs to be on.
No.
And potato, like those latkes and stuff like that.
At least a
Lotkie,
little
the character
butter.
from
and
Taxi, you idiot.
Potato, you gotta have sour cream.
No. I'm telling you, man. I asked you guys.
Yeah, you didn't even put butter on that thing.
Yeah, we were all out to dinner, and you went like you tried to eat healthy,
and then you tried to make us eat a plain potato like we've never had a potato
and you were like
before.
sawing into it because it was so.
You're like, you guys got to try
dry.
this. You ever heard of it? Potato.
Yeah.
Here was my point.
Yeah.
So I got the dry potato. I like
no butter, no nothing.
Well, I'm trying to eat better, but I love. I could eat just a potato like an apple. I love potatoes.
Okay.
You guys admitted you had never had a dry potato before.
Because there's no need.
But I enjoy it like a loaded potato.
I understand.
God, yeah.
But the point I was making was, if you've never had a dry potato, how do you know you don't like a dry potato?
Because it says something in it that I don't like. Dry. I don't like dry food.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to go out for some dry steak tonight. Hey, can I get that steak extra dry?
I
You're
might
eating dry mashed potatoes, essentially what you're eating.
I eat dry mashed potatoes.
No, there's butter in mashed potatoes.
No, you got to put it in there. There's not. When you order mashed potatoes, the butter's not already in the potato when it comes out of the ground, right?
I know, but like when you order mashed potatoes,
It's
there's
always
butter
got
in
good
there.
stuff in it.
When my wife makes me mashed potatoes,
She
Yeah.
just smashes
she
a
just
dry
mashes
potato.
them up.
I will smash when she's smashing them. I'll start eating those potatoes before she starts making the mashed potatoes. They're
What is
delicious.
with you and Spuds, man?
I don't know. What could it be?
Oh, because you're Irish.
What could it be in my background that
Oh.
makes me love potatoes?
Yeah,
Just comes naturally.
dry ass potato.
I don't know what you want from me. I've always loved potatoes. And here's the thing. Now that we're thinking about it, I'm the
I
one
think
that's
you're a guy afraid of sauce. You don't put sauce on anything.
'Cause
you
he's
don't put
afraid he's
sauce
gonna-
on the wings. You say it ruins
no.
them.
He doesn't want to get fat.
No.
No, because he's always been dry everything guy.
No. There is a time for sauces. There is a responsible time for sauces. And
Yeah, but I don't know why you fight sauce so hard
No, look.
when it makes things better.
No,
Yeah.
no. If you're gonna order certain foods, the sauce can ruin it. Like for example, if I get a steak, I want no sauce on that steak. The meat should speak for itself. If I get a good quality hamburger, I want no condiments on that burger.
That's so
The
weird.
meat should speak for itself.
You're
don't
gonna
put
get a
ketchup?
hamburger,
Yeah.
with nothing on it and a bun.
Tomato, lettuce, onion, whatever else comes on the
But
burger.
you're not gonna put ketchup, mayo, mustard, nothing.
Let me put it this way: if I go to Bill Gray's or Tom Walls,
You want
or
a dry burger?
maybe a
basically.
like a slight slather of mayonnaise. The burger
Okay.
speaks for
You gotta
itself.
put something on there.
Yeah, that's weak. You're missing out on life.
I know.
Shut up, man! No, you're just
Give me the
using,
ketchup.
Now let me tell you something, man.
Ketchup my ass.
You're just using artificiality
Yeah.
to try and cover up a hole in your soul, man. Why don't you taste the meat, live a little?
Or am I tasting meat without condiment?
Wait. You want to taste some meat?
Yeah, but I don't want it too dry.
You're not gonna believe this.
Where you
You're
at?
not gonna believe this. I'm just
going
after
on?
this talk, I inspired you guys. I thought I'm putting up this new business.
Yeah.
Don't include me in this business.
You're right, Tommy. This is exclusively for you.
Yeah. Or
I've got a kiosk now.
no kidding.
Yeah.
So you jumped into the dry game,
Yeah.
dry meat game.
No. I'm actually going damp meat because that's what you're into.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
It's going to be a wet meat that doesn't need condiments.
So this company you're opening, store, where do I go?
Oh, it's on the men's room.
Oh,
Yeah.
If I get into it, what's it called?
It's called Uncle Pat's Dampest Meat You Ever Had in Your Mouth. Close your eyes. Here comes a no ketchup surprise. Sauce all in your mouth.
All right.
Let's take a break.
All right.
Do you know today?
What?
You know I hate these things, and there's a reason we're bringing this up.
This day in history.
Not to stay in history.
That's the other show.
It's one of those stupid holiday days. Today,
Oh, National something day.
it's National One Hit Wonder Day.
Oh, okay.
So I'm sure every other radio show in America is doing, what's your favorite one hit wonder? The reason I'm bringing this up
Right.
is we've now reached peak, you got to be effing kidding me time. Because somebody has put together a list, sincerely, of which one hit wonder aligns with your zodiac sign.
Oh, so if I'm like this, I should like
what
that.
one speaks to you and your
All right.
personality.
And like whoever did this seriously did it.
Yeah.
Like they charted the stars to determine which band that only had a single charted hit
Speaks to you.
To my soul.
We'll get into it, and we'll do it next year in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. I don't get it,
What
man.
happened?
I don't get it, and I don't get why this has come back, and I don't understand why we keep going in circles where you just make yourself look stupid.
What came back?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We've talked at length on this show before about how astrology has made a roaring comeback.
Oh, the stars, charting the stars.
Yep, with Gen Z, and then Gen Alpha is the one underneath them. There's a new generation you're going to hate soon.
Okay. Can't wait.
And it's become, Kimmy, a big thing for some women dating.
Yes. So you want your sign to
line up
with
right.
that.
So you're
new
Nancy
person.
Reagan.
Oh no, it's more than it used to be because it was nothing in when you were a kid, Tommy, for a woman to walk up and ask what's your sign. Now girls will ask boys what time they were born.
The day, the week, the time you were born. There's a lot of layers.
If I'm a night baby or early morning baby.
You got to guess. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know how this stuff works.
Yeah.
I just know it's weird. So the reason I bring this up is there is an article out today because it is National One Hit Wonder Day.
All right.
Okay. Which it's always that day on CMF, at least every once in a while. And somebody legitimately put together an article and charted the stars to tell you what your one-hit wonder song, the one-hit wonder song you will love the most is based on your astrology.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Nothing at all, right? But somebody took the time to do this.
They know me.
They charted the stars to figure out what your favorite one-hit wonder would be. And I don't know why you would do this because this makes it proof positive that astrology is garbage. For example, what is your sign?
I am a Cancer.
You're a Cancer. Okay, yeah. No, I said your sign, not what you do to this show. According to this, your favorite one-hit wonder is Cake by the Ocean by DNCE.
I have no idea what you just said.
Kimmy, can you pull up the radio clean version of Cake by the Ocean
it's
while we
rap.
have this discussion? No, it's not.
No,
it's not.
But it's dirty.
Cake by the
won't know
Ocean. Cake by the Ocean talks about ass by the ocean. Cake is ass.
Oh, okay. All right. Who puts it out there?
DNCE. Aren't the Jonas Brothers in that band? It was like a side project or something.
Right.
Anywho, the reason that's your one-hit wonder song, Tommy, is, quote, it invokes the crab tenets of intimacy, sidestepping the point, emotional eating, and the familiar comforts of seaside environs. I don't know what any of that means.
I got Seaside, but I don't know what environs are.
Environs. ENVIRONS. This is your favorite one-hit wonder.
All right.
Here we go.
All right.
Talk to me, baby. I'm rolling up the mirror, sweet baby. Whoa. Let's lose our minds and go.
Just doing it for you.
When they get to the cakey ass.
Right here. They're doing it now.
Nah, I'm going to pass.
No, okay, so astrology not working for you.
Not so much for me.
Kimmy, what's your sign?
I am a Pisces.
All right, so Kimmy is a Pisces, which means...
It's a fish, right?
Yes, it is. Kimmy's one-hit wonder, this actually might work.
Oh, lines up?
Yeah. Because I Got High by Afro Man.
Oh, I remember.
No,
that was a
is
funny
it
tune.
really?
Yeah.
But I got high, right?
Yeah. Pisces is a sign of altered states and pastel oblivion. And Afro Man's anthem of all that could have been if he hadn't said yes to excess speaks to that escape artist spirit.
Okay, I'm pretty lazy, so that tracks.
No, but you're not really you're an escape artist. You could have been something more. That I guess it all works. Oh my God, astrology's
Oh my
right.
Maybe it
goodness.
works.
Oh my God.
They nailed it.
Okay, so my one-hit wonder.
Yeah.
I'm a Gemini. Is Informer by Snow. You remember that song?
Nope.
Kimmy, could you pull it up real quick
What
and make
is
sure it's
it?
radio clean? You remember this when you hear it. He was a white rapper from Canada in the early 90s.
Informer?
I think you boom boom now. You'll know it when you hear it.
yeah.
Okay.
That song.
Geminis find their spirit mirrored in fast-spitting song that is maddeningly likable, and it's utterly incomprehensible. And with their penchant for word vomit, Geminis make up a large swath of snitches.
You do a lot of word vomit.
I'm a snitch. My mouth stays tight, bro, unless your mom's around. I hate this song. It's one of my least favorite songs in the history of songs. And you know I love me some one-hit wonders. I love me some one-hit wonders. This is, in my opinion, the worst one-hit wonder of all time.
Wait, are we going with yours, right?
Yeah. You remember this song?
Kinda.
So
It's pretty awful.
Just to prove how much I love one-hit wonders. The reason you don't know that guy and the reason he was a one-hit wonder, that song blew up. and he was offered a United States tour. He's Canadian. He couldn't go because he had been arrested,
Oh.
and he couldn't travel the states.
That's
Like
a
I
fun
would think I
fact.
would hear that song if I was in an Asian fish market, like walking around on vacation. Like that's the kind of music you'd hear. Like, oh, yeah, it must be some European stuff or some Asian stuff.
I don't get it.
I don't either.
I don't understand it. And
But
I-
people, listen, man, they used to put the horoscopes in the newspaper every single day, and I used to look at them just for laughs. But sometimes they would actually pop, and then you'd freak out.
But that's by design.
I know. But the reason why the newspaper put them in there every day.
I remember going to the grocery store. You remember they used to sell those little scrolls you could buy?
Yeah,
like they were like,
of your the horoscope.
yeah, tiny little tubes, and you can open them up. People paid money for that.
Oh, yeah.
And here's the thing, man. I get using it for entertainment. That's
Yeah.
fun, right? Like fine,
kinda fun.
yeah, whatever. But like when you're altering your life and who you're
Well, that's crazy.
changing jobs, people are.
But brilliant people have done this.
But they're not brilliant if they do it.
But listen,
People go
Nancy,
to all sorts of things for answers on life, right? I mean, so you could
You're
pop
looking
open
for-
a fortune cookie and do whatever that says.
Nobody really follows the fortune cookie.
You're not supposed to.
I'm just saying sometimes you're just looking for
Guidance.
guidance, and you'll take it wherever you can get it.
In a cookie, okay.
But like some
Sounds
people say,
crazy.
like I'm not religious, but I'm spiritual. Like I still believe there's something out there that's guiding me that I'm looking for,
Yeah.
and I always put those people in that category.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Do you see astrology as I guess I get
Well,
it.
Yeah,
kind of
because
the
it's like
same
outside
thing.
forces.
You're
you
not
know?
going with
Yeah.
you're not going with Jesus is guiding my life or Buddha, but maybe the
Yeah.
newspaper's got all the answers.
Okay. 252 WCMF. Well, no, but part of the
Or this
newspaper.
cookie.
Part of the newspaper does have the answers. It's called the news.
You read one paper, you read them all.
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this story that was written. One hit wonders. It's One Hit Wonder Day, National One Hit Wonder Day, and which one aligns with your zodiac sign? And somebody actually sat down and charted the stars to figure this out, and it's counterproductive because it proves that astrology is garbage, which we should have known in the first place. Jeremy's on CMF. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
Hey, Tommy, I was wondering what this morning's horoscope says you should do with oil, flour, and lentils. Listen, before the break, you talked about this, so I looked it up. And the person who wrote this writes for the New York Post. And they actually wrote an article, same author, that says that the Heimlich maneuver, a maneuver that has saved countless millions of people since 1974, is probably not the right way to go, and you should try something else if people are choking.
Well,
If you want to believe that this person has any say in anything that you should do, the way to check your astrological sign is find a high building, look at the sun, and then jump off.
Don't do that.
We're having fun
Let's,
here.
let's not do that. let's pivot here. Jeremy, what is your... And he hung up, for
left.
God's sakes.
Sure is. Well, he probably jumps.
Well, here's a
You
sign.
did- well, now you're never going to know your one-hit
Yeah.
wonder, Jeremy.
Let's put up a sign, don't answer Jeremy's calls anymore. How about
Dark
that, son?
Jeremy.
Well, by the way, if I'm not going to do the Heimlich maneuver, what else am I going to do?
I think there's a way of hitting the back like you do a baby.
Oh.
Because I saw this article and it looked like the guy was like slapping the back
Punching
instead of
somebody?
like pulling it. You hit.
If I'm choking, I'm going to have your baby hands with your baby arms knock the food out of my throat. That's going to work.
No, you just punch.
You don't have
Like this.
the strength or the leverage. That's what a punch looks like to you?
No, on your back.
I understand.
You come down this way
let me
like
see
a
what-
hammer.
No, I got it. Let me see what an actual punch looks like to you.
Like this.
That you got to be kidding
Like
me.
that.
You're a human man, and you punch like the nun toy that goes on your hand. We come back, we wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CMF.
howdy, hump day, or whatever.
For a Wednesday break room CMF, that makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, well.
Are we
is
going?
It
So
happening? Is it not happening?
I will be able to do what I need to do. If that happens, will we have the triumphant return of Bitch Voice Theater this week?
If we get that,
if we
get that one piece ready to go.
Oh, so to answer your question, we may be bitching it out.
Yes, I believe that
Maybe.
for the first time in 5 weeks, we will be bitching it out.
Yes.
I believe that will be the case.
Right.
So we'll have that for you tomorrow, plus a whole bunch more. And we got more Metallica tickets to give you.
Nice.
That's right. And, you ready to say something, Kimmy?
Nope.
Okay. You just open your mouth. Also, tomorrow in the break room, thanks to a special postgame Tuesday after the primetime Monday night game this week, we couldn't do Where They Whining because we had to talk to Dan Chesty Fates, which means we have moved it to tomorrow.
Thursday start time.
The first ever, it's history, Where They Whining on a Thursday.
And I'm good on these off weeks, man.
I have a feeling we might get some confused people playing the game.
Yeah,
not really knowing what they're playing.
Remind me to
explain. So we'll really have to, explain the rules again to everybody.
You're right. So tomorrow, mark your phones, put in your phone, mark your calendar, whatever. 9 o'clock.
I'm ready to go.
Thursday tomorrow. Where They Whining here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who is the only person in the world that astrology sign describes perfectly.
Yeah.
For Tommy Muley, who was born, has always been, and will always be a Cancer. Walking tumor. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room at 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.